happened? I'm going to swear it, okay? Hold on. Are you on?
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the special magistrate hearing for April 28th, 2022. If you wish to speak, please stand and raise your right hand. Are you going to be speaking? The lady beside you? Understand. Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing? Thank you very much. Please silence all electronic devices.
Our first case is on page 48. Senior Inspector Manny Garcia, case number CE21070419, case address 1621 Breeze Boulevard, owner Bank of New York Mellon Trust Co. in care of CompuLink Corporation. This case was first heard on 10/28/21 to comply by 12/9/21. One section complied at $25 per day, $3,350 accrued, and the city is requesting full amount.
Good morning.
Morning.
Hey, good morning, Your Magistrate. How are you doing today?
Fine. How are you?
For the record, Senior Officer Garcia presenting case CE21070419 in reference to the property 1621 Breeze Boulevard. This case was brought to the magistrate on October 28, 2021, and the magistrate found for the city. As per the photos depict, the property has been brought to compliance at this time. The city is requesting the imposition of fines to the sum of $33.50.
Okay. Sir, please state your name.
Raul Gonzalez.
Okay. Tell me why it took so long to get the property into compliance.
The property it's a bank foreclosure. I'm the realtor handling the property. The property was illegally occupied by someone who filed a quitclaim action against the bank as the ownership. When they went to pull the permits for the roof, they ran into the title issue as them not being the owner. It took this time for their attorneys to get it resolved and be able to pull the permit.
Okay. Anything else from the city?
No, and the city doesn't object to any decision that you make. Just for your notes, the administrative costs are $672.
Okay. I'll reduce the fine to $1,000.
Is that 1,000 plus the 600
No, $1,000 total.
total?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next case is on page 30. Senior Inspector Leonard Champagne. Case number CE22020407. Case address 2417 Bayview Drive. Owner Dennis Matson Revocable Trust, Dennis Matson Trustee. This case was cited on 2/25/22 to comply by 3/12/22. One section complied at $200 per day, $7,200 accrued. The city is requesting full amount and no appeal was received for this citation. Is there a respondent for 2417 Bayview Drive? Thank you.
Good morning, Your Honor. Leonard Champagne for 2417 Bayview Drive, CE 22020407. This was cited on 2/25/22 to comply by 3/12/2023. The city requested the full amount continue to accrue, and there was no appeal.
Okay. The property's now in compliance, though. The property's now in compliance?
Yes, the property is in compliance.
Yes, Your Honor. I'm sorry. It is.
All right. Okay. Okay, sir, please state your name for the record.
Dennis Matson.
Okay. Mr. Matson, did you file an appeal in this action?
Not yet.
Okay. I'm going
I'd like
to probably have to say this a few times because there's a lot of these citation cases on my docket this morning. If you did not file appeal timely, then the code doesn't give me any discretion but to impose the fine. So if you're on this docket and you have not filed an appeal and you have a citation case, the only thing I can do is enter the fine. Now, you can take advantage of a lien reduction program, and then I can try to show you some leniency at that time.
Well, yeah, I'd like to appeal the fine or have a lien reduction. I was told I could do that by paying a fee or something at this meeting.
Okay, now, the lien reduction process, we can get somebody to give you instruction on that, but that doesn't happen today.
Your Honor, if I don't, in between my coming up to the podium, okay, I'll try to explain to him if he wants to wait, or when I can talk to him, I'll explain to him the preparation, how to do that, and he can pick up a booklet at the front. Plus,
Okay.
Your Honor, to go on the record, he did comply that on 4/18/2022.
Okay, all right. Okay, sir, I'm going to impose the fine for today, but Mr. Champagne will explain to you how you can apply for lien reduction, okay?
Yeah, okay. I mean, at the date that this was filed, I had a long-term tenant in there. I guess we could discuss that. I don't think the fine is valid.
Okay, you
I'll be
can,
glad to go over it with you, sir.
yeah, feel free to discuss it with them. I just don't have any authority today to do anything for you, but hopefully down the road we can try to help you.
All right, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Our next case is on page 19. Inspector Bovrix-Zantis, case number CE 211-20265, case address 1612 Northwest 15th Court, owner Community 8 Properties LLC, property posted 4/13/22, posted at City Hall 4/14/22.
Good morning, Your Honor. Inspector Exensis on behalf of the City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement, case number 162112. I'm sorry, CE 21120265. Property address 1612 Northwest 15 Court. Property was first inspected in December 22, 2021, and the following violation were observed. Violation 9-305B. The landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover. Violation 9-276C3. There's evidence of rat droppings at this property. Violation 9-280F is complied. Violation 9-280B. There are interior building parts which are deteriorated and not being maintained, such as doors, door frames, doorknobs, bathroom cabinets are in disrepair. Violation 9-306, the exterior building walls have not been maintained. Structural parts, including fascia boards, are in disrepair. There are areas of the exterior that have cracks, stain, and missing peeling paint. Violation 9-280H1, the wooden fence at the rear of this property is in disrepair and not being maintained as required. The fence has fallen with broken parts and missing panels. A notice of hearing was posted on property on April 13th, and the pre-hearing inspection was conducted on April 27, 2022, revealed as depicted in the photos. The city is requesting 28 days to correct all violation, or a fine of $250 per day for each violation.
Sir, please state your name for the record.
Good morning, Your Honor. My name is András Vlach. I'm the property manager.
Okay, are you in agreement to bring this property into compliance within 28 days?
Yes, I just want to mention that we are not responsible in our lease for the pest control, but of course, to bring into compliance, we are going to do that and charge the tenant. The other
Owner
thing
is always responsible regardless of the lease.
Okay. The other thing is regarding the wooden fence. As you can see, it's on the right side of the property, and the nice part is actually towards our side. So this fence is belonging to the neighbor, and they built it. So we are not supposed to actually fix anything on that. So we have to double check that actually.
Great, Your Honor. We can double check on that whether the fence belongs to this property, which Mr. Andrew is managing. So if not, then if it is, then we will remove that case. But if the fence belongs to the property, then the violation remains with the fine to be imposed.
Okay.
And the other violation, I think it was still active and not complied, the fascia board. We have painted the fascia board in the front.
Okay.
You could see, so that should be in compliance as well.
All right, well, the 28 days will give the inspector time to re-inspect, and if there are violations there that have been complied, they'll be complied.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Our next case is on page 20. Inspector Bovrig-Xantis, case number CE 22010263, case address 1419 Northwest 11th Street, owner Community 8 Properties LLC, property posted 4722, posted at City Hall 41422.
Good morning again, Your Honor. Inspector Xantis on behalf of the City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement, case number CE 22010263, property address 11419 Northwest 11th Street. This property was first inspected in January 12, 2022, and 30 days was given to correct all violations. Violation 18-4C is complied. 18-12A, there's overgrowth, trash, rubbish, and debris on this property or its swell. Violation 9-306 is complied. Violation 18-1, there's outdoor storage at this property consisting of cars, engines, toolboxes, table, doors, and other miscellaneous items at this property that is creating a public nuisance. It is being maintained in such manner that the property is or may reasonably become infested or inhabited by rodents, vermin, or wild animals, or may furnish a breeding place for mosquitoes or threaten or endangers the public health, safety, or welfare, or may adversely affected, impair the economic welfare of the adjacent property. Violation 9-304B, the gravel driveway is run through and there's grass and weed going through it. Violation 9-305B is complied. A notice of hearing was posted on property on April 4th, 2022, and a pre-hearing inspection was conducted on April 20th, 2022, revealed as depicted in the photos. The city is requesting 10 days to correct all violation or a fine of $250 per day for each violation.
Sir, state your name again for the record.
My name is András Larch, and I'm the property manager.
Okay, do you agree to bring this property into compliance within the next 10 days?
Yes, so I think what is left over is just the gravel, that it has we put fresh gravel actually there, but some places I see on the pictures that the grass is overgrowing. We put down grass as well, we fixed the fence, we painted the exterior, so from the owner's perspective, we did everything. What the major issue is still, it's the tenant. We have notified multiple times the tenant to take care of the the external storage. And we are going to write a legal document. If they don't do it, we are going to charge them.
Once again, a lot of people have investment properties in this county, and they come before me and they say it's the tenant's fault, but by code, it's the property owner's responsibility, so.
No, I understand. This is
Okay.
why I was just mentioning that we are going to enforce it and charge the tenant for that if we have to do it ourselves. That's what I'm
Have
saying.
at it. Okay, thank you. 10
Thank you.
days.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Our next case is on page 51. Inspector Bovrig-Xantis, case number CE 211-10681, case address 1223 Northwest 15th Avenue, owner Community 8 Properties LLC. This case was first heard on 2/24/22 to comply by 3/17/22. One section complied at $50 per day, $1,050 accrued, and the city is requesting full amount.
Again, good morning, Your Honor. Inspector Xantis on behalf of City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement, case number CE, case and address as read by the clerk. This case was first inspected on February 24th, 2021, and the magistrate ruled this case came before the magistrate on February 24th, 2022, and the magistrate ruled in favor of the city. And property owners was requested 21 days to correct all violation at this property. At this time, all violations are in compliance. The city is requesting all fine to be imposed.
Sir, once again, state your name.
My name is András Lajcs, and I'm the property manager.
Okay, what do you want to tell me about?
We would like to ask for reducing the fines. The first thing is actually that Inspector Williams give us the citation because on the sidewalk, next to the sidewalk in the swell, the city was allowing FPL to put a brand new pole in there. I have pictures actually that I took in December showing that actually what a mess they left, so that this is actually not just trash, but also the grass was missing there. So that's why we got the whole violation, because the city was permitting actually this kind of work, and we have to fix it. May I show you the pictures?
Yeah, you can, but this case has already been found for the city. We're here on the Massey hearing to find
I'm
out
just
why
trying
you
to
didn't
explain
comply.
how it started.
Don't talk while I'm talking.
Thank you.
Okay, all I want to hear from you is why it wasn't complied within my order.
Two reasons. We hired 3 companies to do the grass. As you can see in one of the pictures, there are multiple different grass, so putting different companies basically down the grass. We complied in the far left side, also the middle part, and there were some missing spots actually on the right side of the property. So we were contacting, and Inspector Exantis was super nice to help us to beat at the property. I was actually, to be honest, that's the second reason. I know everybody is replaceable, but apparently not me. I was in Europe for a couple of weeks, and this was actually the deadline. And we were struggling to order the grass because they are really difficult to get hold of the grass lately because of the delivery fee it has doubled. Also, the grass prices has doubled. So we were begging actually the company who delivers the grass to please deliver it. That took multiple weeks. So this is the reason we always wanted to comply, but unfortunately, due to these circumstances, actually we weren't able to do it in time. We were constantly putting grass down, hiring multiple companies. So that's why I'm asking for the reduction of the fines, because we are really trying our best to do it.
Anything else from the city?
Yeah, Special Magistrate Julio Davila, Code Compliance Supervisor. So this case has been open since November. We are not in favor of any type of reduction. It is our position that the property shouldn't be in violation to begin with. As you can see by the multiple cases that Mr. Vlachs represents from Community 8, they're very well aware of all what the city codes are. And quite frankly, all their properties throughout the city should be maintained as such. I believe you've probably also seen them here before. So for this to be open since November, we're not in favor of any reduction.
Okay, all right. Due to the multiple properties that this property owner owns, and the fact that it's landscaping that's been going
May I
on
speak?
since November, I'm going to impose the full amount of the fine, $1,050.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
Our next case is on page 41. Inspector Evan Oakes, Supervisor Davila presenting. Case number CE 211-00192. Case address 1522 Northwest 8th Avenue, numbers 1 and 2. Owner Goran Dragoslavic. This case was first heard on 2/24/22 to comply by 3/24/22. 2 sections not complied at $50 per day, $3,500 accrued. The city is requesting full amount and fines continue to accrue.
Good morning again. Julio Davila, Code Compliance Supervisor on behalf of Code Compliance Officer Evan Oakes for the city of Fort Lauderdale, presenting the aforementioned case and property. This case was first heard on February 24th, 2022, and the magistrate ruled in the city's favor. And the property was ordered to correct the violations by March 24th, 2022. At this time, the property is not in compliance, and we're requesting the full amount of fines to be imposed and continue to accrue.
please state your name for the
Good
record.
morning, Goran Dragoslovic. I'm
Okay.
the owner.
All right, why are we having problems bringing this property into compliance?
The property is presently in compliance. Andrush sent pictures to the inspector yesterday. If you would like to see them, I have them here.
Do you want to show them to the inspector first?
And you have an address on it. You were not aware of this problem on this location? You were aware? So what happened? Why did it comply?
I didn't know about that it was going on for so long with the violation.
You received it like 2 months ago, 3 months ago? You missed it or something? No, we always have it, Gilbert. We always have it. But we're going to do it a little differently from now on. You can see the lady.
I appreciate the photo, Special Magistrate, but we would have to witness it and inspect it in person in order to verify if compliance has been met. The inspector, having received this, a day before, isn't really, feasible for us to, or a night before, or whenever it was, for us to be able to verify it, with all the cases we have on the docket and to prepare for it. So I can't determine whether or not it is in compliance. We would have to verify it in person to make sure.
All right, I'm going to give a 10-day extension so that we can verify compliance, and you're going to have to come back and address the fines.
Yeah, thank you, Honor. One of the reasons is there were always cars. Every time we made the appointments, there were always cars, so it was very difficult for us.
You can come back and tell me that when you address the fines that are accruing.
Yeah, no problem. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right.
Our next case is on page 29. Senior Inspector Leonard Champagne, case number CE 22020314, case address 4620 Northeast 25th Avenue, owner Max House LLC. This case was cited on 2/12/22 to comply by 2/27/22. $9,800, one section complied at $200 per day, $9,800 accrued. The city is requesting full amount and no appeal was received for the citation.
Good morning again, Your Honor. Leonard Champagne for the city for CE 22020314, 4620 Northeast 25th Avenue. This property was first cited on 2/12/2022 to comply by 2/27/2022. One section not complied. As stated, that we want to impose the fines. The violation was complied. The date of the compliance was 4/18/22.
Okay, sir, please state your name again.
Goran Dragoslovic, I'm the owner.
Okay, was an appeal filed in this case?
I never knew about the process. I never knew about the appeal. I don't have any other VRBOs in the city. This is the only one. And if I can just state for the record, we did email the inspector that property was taken off the market, blocked by VRBO in January of this year, and was blocked for 7 months. I have a copy of the lease. We signed a lease with a permanent, annual tenant. I showed the inspector a copy of the lease. I have a copy of the VRBO showing the property was blocked. I never received the letter that the license has expired. So we did have a license on this property, so the property was all legal. And I guess the license has expired. We never knew the license was expired. When the tenant sent me a picture of the front door where the inspector posted the sign, we immediately became proactive. We reactivated the license. We got the license immediately, And although the property was rented on the lease for 7 months, starting January 1st of this year, and although the property was blocked for an entire year because the tenant will stay. And I have all the proofs here that I shared with the inspector.
Okay, anything else from the city?
Your Honor, just to speak to that, as you can see, there's an ad opening, and it shows that you could do it for short term. Whether he was renting in 6 or 7 months, that's one violation. The gentleman, the respondent, did show me that he did it, but he showed me that he put it on snooze. Number two, the ad cannot be put on snooze, it would have to be removed. So, you know.
All right, well, because you didn't file the appeal, I have no discretion but to impose the fine, but I suggest that you do the lien reduction process as I've explained, okay?
So there is no way to.
There's no way I can give you relief today, no.
Okay.
I'll give him a folder, Your Honor, again, and answer any questions he may have for the lien hearing itself.
Talk with the inspector, he'll tell you the process from here.
My office will call the city and get it all started right away. I did not know.
Okay, that's fine.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Our next case is on page 52, Captain Robert Kasarwich. Case number FC 211-20012. Case address 2881 Northeast 32nd Street. Owner waterside on the Intracoastal condo. This case was first heard on 2/24/22. To comply by 3/24/22. One section complied at $100 per day. $700 accrued, and the city is requesting full amount.
Good morning, Your Honor. Captain Robert Kasarwich, Fort Lauderdale Fire Marshal's Office. Case number and property address and violations as read in the hearing. As you see, this is a hearing to impose fines. The property did go approximately a week before coming into full compliance on it. This was a situation where they had issues with the fire alarm system. In order to correct it, they needed access into the individual units because this is a residential condominium association. Getting access into some of particular units became a little bit difficult because you were working on, I guess, the time frames of the tenants themselves or the owners themselves. We are in favor of a reduction because the property has now come into compliance, and we're in favor of a fine being reduced to $200. The actual time spent on this case has been reflected on the fire safety account, and the fees have been carried over to therefore the amount of inspections that have occurred. We do have a respondent, and we can hear from him.
Okay, please state your name for the record.
Jason Hoffman,
Are you in agreement with the reduction of fines to $200?
please.
Okay, thank you. So ordered.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Our next case is on page 30, Senior Inspector Leonard Champagne. Case number CE 22020787. Case address 1640 Northeast 59th Place. Owner Mahir Hanna. This case was cited on 2/25/22 to comply by 3/12/22. One section not complied at $200 per day. $9,400 accrued. The city's requested full amount and fines continue to accrue, and no appeal was received for this citation.
Again, good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning.
Leonard Champagne for case number CE 22020787, 1640 Northeast 59th Place. This site was first cited on 2/25/2022 to comply by 3/12/2022. As my last checking it, the violation is still listed and has not come into compliance. As stated, the city is requesting full amount and continue to accrue.
Sir, please state your name.
My name's Chris Davis.
Okay, was an appeal filed in this case?
I wasn't aware of an appeal, the process of filing an appeal. I took this over about 2 weeks ago. My boss, Mr. Meyer Hanna, brought it to me. He's very concerned about this. We keep all our properties very clean and compliant. This was an administrative error. We purchased the property in February, and we were not aware at the time that there was an open permit
Okay,
on it for pavers. So I immediately, upon coming across my desk, contacted the DSD. I've been successful so far in
okay,
reopening the permit and changing the contractor. I guess the problem is the last contractor that was doing the pavers.
Sir,
was-
I'm here on the vacation rental alone,
Yeah,
and
I don't
and-
know, is that the previous owner?
let
or-
me please finish. I'm here on the vacation rental alone. And because this is a citation that was not appealed pursuant to the instructions on the citation that was sent, I can do nothing but impose the fine. Now, you can take advantage of the lien reduction process and explain all this to me, and if it was the prior owner or whatever, I will take that into consideration. But today, there's nothing, they give me no discretion to do anything but impose the fine because no appeal was filed.
Oh.
So again, that's all I can do for today.
I understand that, Your Honor. Where on this letter is the appeal process? Because this is what I received. and I
That's the
don't
notice
see
of hearing.
Any information.
That's the
that's-
notice of hearing, that's not the citation.
Okay.
The citation that
That,
was.
that wasn't provided to me.
Your Honor, the process would be right there. That picture shows the citation. If we stop it right there, there's the citation. It was posted originally, like I said, on 2/25/22. Okay, and it was also, we also do mailings according to the law. So
Okay.
Your Honor, I would just like to request.
There's
we
nothing
vote-
I can do, sir. There's nothing I can do today but impose the fine. The citation was posted. They didn't follow the instructions, whoever the responsible party was at the time, and there's nothing I can do today but impose the fine. Okay? You can,
thank you, Your Honor.
if you need information on the lien reduction process, I will try to work with you on that level.
Once he's in compliance, Your Honor.
Once you're in compliance, that's correct.
Our next case is on page 45. Senior Inspector Manny Garcia. Case number 1751, case number CE21060188. Case address 1751 Northwest 26th Terrace. Owner Adele Wilson. June Wilson and D. Gross. This case was first heard on 11/9/21 to comply by 12/7/21. Suspended 1/27/22 to 3/10/22. 5 sections complied at $50 per day. $17,650 accrued, and the city is requesting $939.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Morning.
For the record, Senior Officer Garcia presenting case CE 21060188, reference to the property 1751 Northwest 26th Terrace. This case was presented to the magistrate on November 9th, 2021, of which the magistrate found for the city. An extension was granted to the property owner on January 27, 2022, of which at that date, the comply date was issued at March 10th, 2022. At this time, the property has complied with all requirements issued by the city, and as per the photos depict, the city is requesting the administrative cost to the sum of $939.
Please state your name for the record.
Deborah Gross.
Are you in agreement of the reduction of fines from $17,650 to administrative costs of $939?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you so much.
Our next case is on page 52. Inspector Boverick Xantis. Case number CE19061756. Case address 2700 Northwest 16th Street. Owner Johnny Lee Rhodes and Valerie Ann Rhodes. This case was first heard on 2/20/22 to comply by 2/20/2020 to comply by 4/23/2020. There are several suspensions notated on the agenda. 3 sections not complied at $25 per day. $12,150 accrued. This is a request for an extension.
Good morning, Your Honor. Inspector Xantis on behalf of City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement. Case number CE 1906-1756. Property address 2700 Northwest 16th Street. This case came before the magistrate for a total of 5 times and first was heard on February 20th, 2020. And the magistrate ruled in favor of the city. Property owner was ordered 63 days to correct all violation at this property. And on January 14, 2021, the magistrate granted a 180 days extension. On June 24th, 2021, the magistrate granted a total of 126 days extension. And on October 28, 2021, a 42 days extension was also granted. And lastly, on January 27th, 2022, magistrate granted a 70 days extension. Your Honor, I want to state that at this time, all violations are in compliance, and the city will not, we're gonna request no fine to be imposed.
Please state your name for the record.
Good morning, Your Honor. My name is Lawrence Shaliga, and I'm with the City of Fort Lauderdale Housing and Community Development Division. And these are my clients, John and Valerie Rhodes, and they came to the city for help because their house was...
Well, I assume they're in agreement with no fines.
Yes, ma'am. We're asking for 0 fines.
Okay, it's so ordered.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Anyway, I just gave you before and after pictures.
Yes,
And so we did everything that the city asked.
we appreciate it. Take care.
Thank
Good
you
luck
very
to you.
much.
Our next case is on page 44. Inspector Karen Proto, case number CE 21070533, case address 2333 Northwest 15th Court, owners Richard and Melanie Waite. This case was first heard on 11/9/21 to comply by 12/14/21. There are 3 suspensions notes, two suspensions notated on the agenda. 3 sections complied at $50 per day. $8,550 accrued, and the city is requesting full amount.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Morning.
Inspector Proto for the City of Fort Lauderdale. Case and address is read into the records. The case first came before Special Magistrate on 11/9/2021, where evidence was presented and found for the city. The case was granted a 28-day extension to appear on 3/24, where a 14-day extension was granted. These violations were first cited on 7/18/2021. A total of 21 inspections were made on the property. The case is now in compliance, and the city is recommending full admin cost of $1,132.
Okay. Sir, please state your name.
Richard White.
Okay, Mr. White, are you in agreement with the reduction of fines to city costs?
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Read into the record that Julio Devoya helped us out with the tenants, and I appreciate his efforts.
Yes, thank you very much. We appreciate the staff as well.
Our next case is on page 33. Senior Inspector Leonard Champagne, case number CE 22030174, case address 1009 Southwest 4th Street, owner Francisco Visconti. This case was cited on 3/4/22 to comply by 3/19/22. 1 section complied at $200 per day, $4,600 accrued. The city is requesting full amount be imposed, and no appeal was received for the citation.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Morning.
Leonard Champagne for case number CE 22030174, 1009 Southwest 4th Street. This property was cited on 3/4/2022 to comply by 3/19/2022. This was complied on the date of 4/12/2022. Okay, so this city is requesting the imposition of fines.
Sir, please state your name.
Francisco Visconti, I'm the owner.
Okay, did you file an appeal in this matter?
No, I did not, due to, again, seems repeated, to lack of information. I am very diligent business owner. I took action starting the 3rd day after the notice was received. I have no reason I wouldn't have done that if I would have had more
And I
information.
appreciate all that, and if you file for a lien reduction, I will take all of that into consideration.
Yeah.
I just can't do anything for you on it today.
And again, if I had known that there's no reason I would have shown up here.
Yeah.
Unprepared, I meant.
Okay, well, you have a right to show up, so, and you have a right to notice, so you will get notice of any hearing on this matter.
Yeah, I would just like to express that maybe these notes need to be more clear. I did contact via phone and email several times. No one informed me that having an appeal made would have helped me. And also because we weren't in compliance, when you appeal something, it's because you don't agree with it. So we agreed we weren't in compliance, so why appeal?
Sir, it's on the body of the citation. If you read the whole citation.
I have it right
says at the
here.
Bottom, yeah,
Oh, sorry, who's speaking?
I'm speaking.
Oh, sorry, I couldn't see what your message.
That's okay. It's Rhonda Montoya Hassan with the City Attorney's Office. The citation, if you read the whole front of it,
Yeah.
clearly indicates how you appeal at the bottom. It's in
Alright.
bold, and additionally, if you turn it over, it gives even further instructions. So if you read the citation, it's clear on how you appeal.
Does it mention that we would get the right to, the magistrate have more discretion today on that reading? Or does it just tell you how to appeal, but doesn't say you need to?
Well, if you appeal, you get a full hearing.
Okay.
So that's the process.
It just seems like many people are not understanding,
Closer.
which means maybe the notice needs to be changed.
No, maybe a lot of people don't read. 'Cause that's just like a parking ticket.
I read because I'm a business owner, but thank you very much.
Okay, you're welcome.
Okay.
Read more carefully.
Our next case is on page 36. Our next case is on page 36. Inspector Gustavo Caracas, case number CE 211-00296, case address 1200 Northwest 14th Street, owner May Pearl Williams. This case was first heard on 12722 to comply by 22422. One section complied at $25 per day, $300 accrued, and the city is requesting no fines.
Good morning, Your Honor. Inspector Caracas for the City of Fort Lauderdale, ma'am. Case and address as read by clerk. Your Honor, we're not asking for any fines or anything in this case, ma'am.
Okay, all right. Is there a property owner for this?
Good morning.
Can you please state your name for the record?
May Pearl Williams.
Okay, Ms. Williams, the city is requesting no fines, so I'm sure you're in agreement with that.
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. There'll be no fines today.
Thank you.
Thank you,
You're
Your Honor.
welcome. Good luck to you.
Ma'am.
Our next case is on page 17. Inspector Bovary Xantis, case number CE 211-00237, case address 1540 Northwest 15 Terrace, owner William Ford III. This property was posted on 4/15/22, posted at City Hall 4/14/22.
Good morning again, Your Honor. Inspector Xantis on behalf of City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement, case number CE 2110-0237, property address 1540 Northwest 15 Terrace. This property was first inspected on October 8, 2021, and the following violation were observed. Violation 9-280H1. The wooden fence at this property and the chain link fence at this property are in disrepair and are not being maintained as required. There are sections that are missing, panels that are missing, and the chain link fence support bars are missing. Violation 9-305B. The landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover and on property and swell. Violation 9-304B is complied. Violation 9-306 is complied. I met with property owner early this morning and show evidence that that violation is in compliance. And violation 18-12A is there's overgrowth, trash, rubbish, and debris on the property and swell. Is not in compliance. The city is requesting 63 days to correct all violations, or a fine of $25 for each day thereafter.
Sir, please state your name.
William Ford III.
Do you agree to bring the property into compliance within 63 days?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you very much. And what was the fine after that?
$25.
Okay. All right, so make sure you get the property into compliance, so then the fines will start to run. If you run into a problem, make sure you contact the inspector.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Our next case is on page 49. Inspector Bover Exantis, case number CE 200-20244, case address 1312 Northwest 15 Terrace, owner Gordy Joseph Alexis. This case was first heard on 6/24/21 to comply by 8/26/21. There are 2 suspensions notated on the agenda. 2 sections complied at $50 per day. $13,100 accrued, and the city is requesting full amount.
Good morning, Your Honor. Let me say this before we begin, Your Honor. She will need someone to translate for her, so I'll be the one translating as well. So I need to, if Lauren can swear me in again.
Do you swear and affirm to translate? Bernstein? Can you do the translation for me, please? Do you swear and affirm to translate truthfully from Creole to English, English to Creole? Yes. Thanks.
Good morning, Your Honor. Inspector Exantis on behalf of City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement, case number CE. Case and address as read by the clerk. This case was first heard on June 24, 2021, and the magistrate ruled in favor of the city, and the property owner was ordered 63 days to correct all violation at the property. And on September 30, 2021, the magistrate granted a 63 days extension, and a 91 days extension was also granted on December 9th, 2021. And as of now, a property owner permit was issued to correct the roof and the building parts that were not well maintained. So at this time, all violations are in compliance, and the city is gonna request administrative cost of $718.
Please state your name for the record.
Well, Inspector, could you first summarize what the inspector said for the property owner, please?
Yes. Inspector dit comme ça, il était bon temps pour faire bail là, ou devait là, ou demander temps pour faire bail là. So qu'on y a l'idée à l'époque, tout bagaille complied. So ça veut dire, il était en pile fines. Qu'on y a les reducedly pour. What was this fine amount?
$718.
Judge là, sous besoin payer ça, ou dit oui, sous besoin demander pour reducedly, ou commander pour reducedly. Ok, maintenant pour reducedly. How much combien vous avez demandé? Mais parce que nous pas une fois. Well, ou pour faire demander en prix. So demander $700. $718. $718. So demander si pas payer $400. Good morning, Your Honor. Officer Bernstein translating. The property owner is requesting a reduced fine of $400.
Okay, can you ask her to please state her name for the record? Okay. The reduction to city costs from $13,100, I think, is very reasonable. So I am going to order that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. You're welcome. Good luck.
Our next case is on page 40. Inspector Evan Oakes, Supervisor Davila presenting case number CE 21090763. Case address 1816 Northeast 11th Avenue, numbers 1 through 6. Owner Oscar Sanchez. This case was first heard on 2/24/22. To comply by 3/24/22, 3 sections not complied at $50 per day. $5,250 accrued. The city is requesting full amount and fines continue to accrue.
Good morning again. Julio Davila, Co-Compliance Supervisor, on behalf of Co-Compliance Officer Evan Oakes for the City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement. presenting the aforementioned case and property. This case was first heard on February 24th, 2022. The magistrate ruled in favor of the city, and the property owner was ordered to correct violations at this property by March 24th, 2022. At this time, the violations are not in compliance. The city is requesting the full amount of fines to be imposed, with the fines continuing to accrue.
Sir, please state your name.
Oscar Sanchez.
Okay, Mr. Sanchez, why is this property still not in compliance?
A few things. You mentioned three. There was, I actually have spoken to Officer Oaks, and I actually spoke to him last week. The first one was ground cover, and that was, he told me straight out, that was complied with. The second one, I was requested to clean the fascia board, which is the white area. That is complied with. Officer Oaks told me last week. I went out to inspect the property, and yes, the fascia board, but I see a piece of paint that you can see on your left-hand corner. That one is bubbling up, so I can't make you comply now because of that. I have pictures of all the fascia that's on the original all done. Thirdly, the pavement, I have submitted for permit, and through time delay, I've actually even paid for it because I know there could be questions, oh, you can just pull a permit. I have my receipt and everything. The whole driveway is getting ripped out and put brand new pavers. That will not be done. I'm told by Gem Pavers, they're on order, they're paid for. It's probably going to take another 60 days before that. But the whole driveway is going to be the, I hate to say prettiest, but nicest looking driveway in that whole neighborhood. I also have a permit that's been pulled down too. My roof is getting replaced. My whole house is getting redone. I'm trying to comply with everything, but that's the delay. Officer Oaks was concerned about the water. When the city did the road right there, it's way up, it causes that. So my pavers is going to be up to make it go down to the drain that's right on the corner of my property. All that's going to be done. So I have no problem being in compliant. It's just that portion's going to take time, and I really don't want to incur more costs. Since I mean, I'll get a permit afterwards for window. Everything's going to be redone on that total property. It's actually a beautiful piece of property, so it's all going to be redone.
Okay, city have any objection to an extension?
No.
Okay, I'm gonna give you 63 days and stop the fines during that period of time. If you run into a problem with the permitting or whatever, make sure you contact the inspector.
No problem. I have no problem doing that. Thank you.
Okay.
Just one last thing. I know that and I'm already going to be in compliant, but I had to put boards up on the property, not because I wanted to be ugly. It's because during this process, they've broken into my house 4 times. The police have been out, so I'm now taking off the board. So it's been a very hardship on me on this also.
Yeah, well, we wish you good luck, and I hope your property is as beautiful as you.
Oh, it'll be beautiful. I'll show you pictures afterwards.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Our next case is on page 51. Inspector Brian Lopez, Inspector Wilson Quintero Jr. presenting case number CE 2105-0861, case address 501 Northwest 8th Avenue. Owner Andrew Jimenez Revocable Trust, Andrew Jimenez Trustee. This case was first heard on 9/30/21 to comply by 10/14/21. Suspended 12/9/21 to 3/10/22. One section not complied at $50 per day. $5,250 accrued. The city is requesting full amount and fines continue to accrue.
Good morning, Your Honor. Inspector Wilson Quintero Jr., number 317, presenting on behalf of previous Inspector Lopez, case number 21050-861, case address 501 Northwest 8th Avenue. This case was first heard on September 30th, 2021. The magistrate ruled in favor of the city, and the property owner was ordered to correct violations at this property by October 14th, 2021. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on the 27th of this month, and the violation remains. There has been no contact from anyone representing this property. The city is requesting the full amount to be imposed.
Please state your name for the record.
My name's Andrew Jimenez.
why is it taking so long to bring this property into compliance? It's a vacant lot.
Yep, so we had, on December 9th, there was a hearing here that we had, and there was an extension through to March 10th. In talking with Brian, one of the issues, and you can see in these photos, was at the time that sidewalk was completely broken, and particularly the swale and everything around it, when it rained, it completely flooded. So we had an extension. The city actually really quickly after that hearing replaced the sidewalk. I made efforts to we had new sod put in the front and in the back there. We did that. There was another issue. There was a tree overhanging. Brian told me about that. Actually, that was in March. I had that fixed within a week.
Everything's been complied except for the no ground cover. So that's why I'm asking you.
Yeah, so I think what's happening, we keep putting sod, and the city and Brian's aware we've made those improvements. It seems like the issue is it's still not enough. There's this easement, this dirt easement that's on the west of the property, right there, if you stop that. And, I think it's a vacant lot, and I think what's happening is there's people parking there, and so it's getting dusted and built up. I will if there's still more that needs to be put there and we need to go back there, I can do what's necessary. And I think what's going to have to happen is, excuse me, I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's obvious there's still not enough ground cover there from the pictures that were taken today.
I think what's going to have to happen is probably fence this in like what a lot of the other vacant lots are there to get people to not be parking there anymore. But, we're doing what we can, and if I need to come back in and completely sod all the way up to that road, I'll do it. I'll do what's necessary. And we've been making efforts to meet the city where it's at. I'm trying to do what's necessary without going overboard and doing more than what's necessary. But, you can see where we put in sod there. We cleaned out. I have landscapers come once a month to also clean out trash. There's a lot of trash that builds up regularly on the property, so I've got people coming once a month to mow and deal with that.
Okay.
Doing what we can to take care of it.
Does the city have objection to any further extension?
Julio Davalle, Code Compliance Supervisor. We're fine with a short-term extension.
Okay, all right. I'm going to give you a 21-day extension and suspend the fines during that period to get this done.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Our next case is on page 28. Inspector Marco Aguilera, case number CE 22020890, case address 1134 Northwest 6th Street, owner CHDS LLC, and this is a citation appeal with an order to reappear.
Good morning. Marco Aguilera, City of Fort Lauderdale Code Compliance Officer, presenting case CE 22020890 for the property located at 1134 Northwest 6th Street. Business is Smitty's. A complaint was received on February 25th, 2022, and an inspection was conducted that same day. I'm sorry. And inspection was conducted that same day and no violation was observed. A night inspection was conducted on March 4th, 2022, after an additional complaint was received from a neighboring property at 535 Northwest 12th Avenue. Contact was made with multiple neighbors upon arrival who all complained about music levels coming from Smitty's, stating that this is an ongoing issue. 3 noise readings were taken from the complainant's RS8 zoned residential property line located at 535 Northwest 12th Avenue at 10 p.m. and the results were 56 decibels, 58 decibels, and 58 decibels. The maximum permissible noise level after 10 p.m. on a residential property is 50 decibels. This violation is a warning and has no attached fines. Music was turned off shortly after the noise readings were taken. At this time, the city is requesting to sustain the warning issued and to impose a $75 appeal fee.
Okay, sir, please state your name.
Christopher Smith on behalf of CHDS.
Okay, they're asking for a warning, that's all. Are you here to object to that?
Yes, I'm objecting to the warning. I don't think his meter was his noise thing was up to date and synced and everything. I'd like to know if he.
What evidence do you have of that?
Well, I'd first just like to ask him if was it up to date? And
You're welcome to question the witness.
yes, was your meter synced and up to date at the time?
It gets calibrated with the calibrator that comes from the machine, but that's done once a day, not in between each call.
Well, I would ask that this is thrown out because according to his meter, this was before 10 p.m. If you look at, if I can give you this pictures, you'll see stills of it. If you look at the bottom of his meter, you'll see it's kind of blurry because he's far away. It says 04. It says 04 March, and then the times are 2100. The times are 2000. I'm not in the military, but in military time, that's all before 10 o'clock. And before 10 o'clock is 60 decimals. So he's saying he did it after 10, but his meter is constantly showing that it's before 10 o'clock.
Inspector, you want to reply to that?
I'm gonna pass that to Supervisor Davila.
Julio
Okay.
Davila, Code Compliance Supervisor. I usually handle most of the noise meters, in charge of the equipment. I don't believe the noise meter was adjusted for daylight savings time, but the inspector's testimony is that he was at that time inspecting the property.
And I'd like to add, unfortunately, the witnesses from the previous time are not here. They were witnesses to all of us standing there waiting
I
until.
remember hearing from them, yes.
Right, we waited until 10 o'clock on the city-issued cell phone to take the reading, so I guess the time on that is not accurate, as he says.
Okay, all right, but you're swearing that it was after 10 o'clock?
Yes, ma'am, we all waited here.
Okay, I'm going
But a minute ago, he swore that it was calibrated. So he just said that it was calibrated every day. And now he's saying it wasn't daylight savings. So which is it?
Okay, there's a difference between calibrating so that he can take an accurate reading of the sound and forgetting to, or not changing the time. That's not calibrating.
If it was updated, though, they just said it's updated twice a day.
All right,
Because we close at 10 o'clock, ma'am, and this is the concern. We close at 10. There's no music coming from us at 10. And if I can give you this, here's every day, twice a week, inspectors come out. And if you look at the highlights portions, every single time they come out, they say there's no noise from Smitty's. They say it's other cars. They say no noise, other cars. But he came out his first time out, his one and only time out. He found a violation. When if you look at this, every single time there's no violation. But Employee of the Month finds it on his first and only time out there.
Sir, let's not be disrespectful in my hearing room. Is there anything else from the city?
The special magistrate, a couple of things. The inspector would like to add something, but indeed, as you stated, the calibration has nothing to do with the time that it's set. The calibration is to make sure that the device is measuring the noise appropriately. It is calibrated on a yearly basis, and this is actually a brand new device that we've only had for a few months, and it was calibrated, recently, very recently. And so the calibration has nothing to do with the date. That's just a setting on the device. But the inspector would like to add one quick thing with respect to another inspection that was performed on the property.
During this inspection, contact was made with one of the managers at the property who requested that I come back the next day to do a noise reading to see what levels are appropriate and what is not. I don't have the video present. I did it as a favor to that manager who asked because they were saying that it's the cars in the parking lot making the noise. I came at 11 o'clock in the morning. There was only employee cars. There wasn't any major traffic going on. They turned the music on to the level that they said is the normal level. And at the time, because it was not after 10, it was legal, but it shouldn't have been after 10. It was over the 50 decibels.
Okay.
That is-
I'm going to sustain the warning, sir.
Now, can I respond to that? He just gave testimony. Can I at least respond to that?
So, go ahead.
the manager at the time, if I'd known he'd give that testimony, I have that manager here, it was not at the level in which we normally have it. The manager at the time put it at the maximum that it could possibly be, and it was just a little over. And that's not even a sound that we do. But if you do go from the time in which we do it,
All right, sir, I'm not ruling about that time. I'm ruling on the time that the inspector just testified to, that was after 10 o'clock, and the readings he found, and I'm sustaining the warning.
And the,
can you state for the record that even though it wasn't the time on his...
Sir, I'm not going to argue with you.
No, I'm not asking. I'm just asking you to state for the record so
I
for
have
when I
ruled.
appeal this, I can have it on the record.
You can appeal.
And I appreciate
Go
that.
ahead. I have ruled. I'm sustaining the warning.
Magistrate, and a $75 appeal fee.
Yes.
Now, ma'am, if I can,
Your hearing is over.
but at the last hearing, when
Sir,
the
your
people
hearing
testified,
is over.
when the people testified, you gave them a chance to address. You're not going to give me a chance to address?
Do you want to be escorted out here, out of?
No, I don't want to be, but I want the same thing you gave to the other people that came and spoke against me.
Sir,
You gave them a chance to, even though the hearing was over, you let them stand and talk and say a statement, and you didn't.
Sir, I
let them
gave
go.
you ample opportunity to state your case.
I have one more thing to state.
Sir, I have ruled.
Our next case is on page 54. Senior Inspector Manny Garcia. Case number CE 21060968. Case address 1628 Southwest 3rd Avenue. Owners Wayne and Kathy Showfold. This case was first heard on 2/24/22 to comply by 4/28/22. One section not complied at $50 per day. Fines are due to start on 4/29/22. And this was in order to reappear.
Good morning, Your Honor. For the record, Senior Officer Garcia presenting case CE 21060968, reference to the property 1628 Southwest 3rd Ave. This case was originally cited by previous Officer Feder in June of 2021. The case was first heard on February 24th, 2022, of which the magistrate found for the city and requested a reappearance to today's hearing. As per the photos depict, the property at this time remains in violation. Communication was received from the representatives of the property stating that they are in the works of putting plans together for the city, but nothing has been submitted at this time as per our records show. The representatives at this time are requesting a 63-day extension to obtain a permit for construction.
Okay, no objection from the city?
I'm sorry?
Is there any objection from the city to the extension?
No, Your Honor, we would just request that this would be their final extension if granted.
Okay, sir, please state your name.
Yes, my name is Edward M. Rosa.
Please speak into the microphone, I can't
My
hear you.
name is Edward M. Russell. I'm the architect for the project. And
Okay, do you agree with the 63-day extension? Okay, all right, thank you very much. Sure, but you gotta speak into the,
may I have just a word? We have been working in this. In the beginning it was for SOT. My client put them in the sign, not to step there for the parking, so nobody's using that as a parking. We have to cover 9 disciplines because it's a warehouse. We are almost finished with all the sets. We have, the appointment with Nadia Martin to be presented for DRC in the 4 weeks.
okay. All right, so 63 days should be ample time. Okay, thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Our next case is on page 9. Inspector Darren Emmons, case number CE 22020460, case address 2105 Southwest 18th Avenue. Owners Todd and Sherry Showfield. Property posted 4/5/22, posted at City Hall 4/14/22.
Morning, Your Honor. Inspector Emmons for the City of Fort Lauderdale for the case and address is read. This property was inspected by myself on February the 11th, and the following violations were observed. 9-280, there are electrical wires and accessories not maintained in a good, safe working condition. 18-12, there's trash, rubbish, and debris on the property and or its swell, to include dead vegetation and pieces of paper and plastic. 9-280B, there are building parts which are deteriorated and not maintained. There's a piece of wood covering up what appears to be a window or entry to this property. The roof is caving in, and there appears to be water damage in the house. 9-306, the exterior building walls have not been maintained. Structural parts, including the fascia, soffits, and front porch, are in disrepair. There are areas of the exterior that have stains. 9-308B, there's debris on the roof to include dead vegetation and other elements which is not a permanent part of the roof. 9-308A, the roof is not in good repair and is not weather or watertight. The roof looks like it starting to drop in some places. The tiles are deteriorating. 9-280H1, the fence at this property is in disrepair and is not being maintained as required. The wood fence at this property is leaning and wood is rotting. A notice of hearing was posted by myself on 4/5/22. A pre-hearing inspection was done by myself on 4/19/22. Or correction, I just put the notice of hearing was posted on 4/5/22. And then the city is requesting violations to be brought into compliance within 63 days or a fine of $25 per day per violation be imposed. I have been in communication with the gentleman that's here today, and we both come to an agreement that they're going to have that property torn down, and he's already showed me the plans, so I'm good with the 63 days.
Okay. Sir, please state your name.
Todd Schofield,
Are you in agreement with the 63 days to do the demo?
completely.
Okay, thank you so much, sir.
Thank you.
Our next case is on page 54. Senior Inspector Dorian Cologne, case number CE 211-00636, case address 2841 North Ocean Boulevard, owner Vantage View, Inc. This case was first heard on 1/27/22 to comply by 4/28/22. One section not complied at $50 per day. Fine to due to start April 29, 2022, and this was in order to reappear.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Senior Inspector Cologne for the City of Fort Lauderdale. Case number is CE 211-00636. Case address is 2841 North Ocean Boulevard. This property was first inspected by Inspector Flores on October 20th, 2021, and brought before the magistrate on January 27th, 2022. The magistrate found for the city to comply by 4/28/2022, or a fine of $50 a day thereafter, with an order to reappear. And as of 4/27/2022, the violation remains as depicted in the photos and for the record. And a representative of the property wants to speak on that.
Okay. Please state your name for the record.
My name is Veronica Gaskins. I am the newly elected president, board of director president.
Congratulations. I think.
What did I do? I was elected on February 22nd of this year. We have an entire new board, so the old board got replaced. When we took over, we realized that the vendor did not have permits. Okay, so I have screenshots from the city website. The permit was expired. The engineering drawings that we had were absolutely wrong. The elevation is off. The railings were wrong. So
How much time do you think you need to complete the project?
Okay, so I can go for a half an hour. I'm going to ask for 120 days, and the reason is the vendor. We pay the vendor. They didn't have liability insurance. Now they do. So we work with them to get the permit current, to get their liability insurance. But we've asked them to start work last Monday, and they haven't. So my legal counsel says we need to send them a demand of performance, an opportunity to cure letter, or I need to terminate them and hire another vendor. So that legal process. That's why I'm asking for 120 days, because that's not something that I can have done by next week.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear. How many days was she requesting?
Asking for 120.
Well, Your Honor, I did check Acela yesterday, and there was a revision made to the original permit, and it was issued on April 8th, 2022. So, with that in mind, and this has been going on for quite some time, I would say that we wouldn't oppose to an extension, but I would like an extension for 91 days with an order to reappear.
Okay, 91 days and an order to reappear.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, officer.
All right,
Thank you.
Our next case is on page 54. Senior Inspector Leonard Champagne, case number CE 22030065, case address 719 Northeast 17th Road, owner 719 Northeast 17th Road, Victoria Park, LLC. This case was heard on March 24th, 2022, where the city requested suspension of the vacation rental certificate, which was granted. The city is requesting to vacate the order of March 24th, 2022, and we are going to close this case. One of the citations utilized for suspension was invalid, and so instead of 3 violations, they only have 2, which voids the suspension. So the city would like to vacate the order of suspension.
Okay, so ordered.
Thank you.
I'm confused. Does that mean
I will give you I will send you an email. I'm Katrina, sorry. We can email it back and forth. Hi. I'll send you an email this afternoon letting you know what it is that you can do, but yes, you can return to renting your property. However, be aware that you do have 2 violations, so a 3rd violation will give you a suspension.
okay?
So-
Can I just ask one question? Just
Sure.
because this is all new. So when I first talked to the inspector, and I think I told you this, he said that it happens by instance. So when they came up, there was a total violation. The guest violated all my rules, took care of it right away. But what happens, like, obviously, next time, let's say 6 months from now, or whenever these all go away, and there's a guest there that violated my rules, and to my best to pre-screen them or whatever, it doesn't work out, and there's like cars in the driveway, loud noise, and just too many people at once. How do I solve?
So once again, it is not by appearance at the property for a violation. It is how many violations are there when we get to the property.
Get there, okay.
And so being that there was 3, that's why you were eligible for suspension. It is a year's time.
Okay.
So the next 365 days, if you get another violation, you will be suspended. Okay. I don't have an answer as to how you can fix your tenants.
Well, I mean the Airbnb, yes, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, I appreciate it. Thank
You're welcome. Have a great one. Our next case is on page 27. Inspector Wanda Aquavela. Case number SE 211-00319. Case address 501 Southeast 14th Street. Owner 501 Southeast 14th Street, LLC. This is an administrative hearing.
Morning, Your Honor. Wanda Aquavilla for the city. Case and address is read. Your Honor, the property was cited on 10/29/21. Notice was posted, pictures were taken. It was REI'd, re-inspected on 11/1/21. Again, pictures were taken, and I sent my driver to remove it on 11/2/21. Go ahead, sir.
Please state your name for the record.
S. James Akers. I'm the owner of the LLC 501 Southeast 14th Street LLC.
Okay, what do you want me to tell me in support of your appeal?
Just a couple things. I didn't receive mailed notice of this until on or about December 10th, and I contacted and requested an appeal. I contacted the tenant regarding the notice that had been placed. It's in the photograph, who has been a very responsible tenant. She's been in there for almost 5 years. She had been in the hospital for almost 5 weeks, which covered this window. She did not see a notice when she came back, and of course this was already cleared out. So I would just point out a couple things. First of all, it wasn't the bulk trash wasn't generated from this property. Her mother and nephew live in the rear units. They did not generate this. It may have been placed there by an adjacent owner, because about a month and a half after this, she texted me with photos and said she saw a tenant from the adjacent property to the west placing items in the swale. I don't remember if it was around pickup time or not. I was able to track down and contact the property owner, and they were actually very apologetic. By the time she got home from work, they were already gone. So, you know, I read through the code on it. I think there's probably some inconsistencies with regard to the way the notice works for this. One thing that I will mention is when I contacted the city, they did explain the registration process, which I was not familiar with, had never received any notice, so I did register, and hopefully in the future, if this happens. But I think right now you have a situation where you can have someone abandon property within the public right-of-way, and you're the adjacent property, and if no one notices it because you're out of town for 48 hours, then you run the risk of receiving this penalty. And I understand the situation, but I would also point out that the bulk trash consisted of an older office chair and I think a CD rack. You can see it to the left. You can barely even see it in there. It's just two small items. So for $200 to $240, I don't think that really meets the issue here. It's not an unsanitary issue with trash, and you know, had it not been for these circumstances, it would have been taken care of. So I would just ask that, and also I would ask that you review.
So when did you get notice of it?
December 10th, I received a letter, and I contacted someone from the office to have this explained. They sent me these photos I have an email with me on December 14th. Because
it looks like it was posted on the property, but you said the tenant was in the hospital?
The tenant was in the hospital for she said approximately 5 weeks, which covered this span. I did not know that. I don't collect rent at the site. She uses a banking app and Zells me rent. So again, she's a very good tenant. I've not, anytime there's any kind of issue like this, she's very receptive of it and would have contacted me had she been there, or taken care of it herself, either one. So it's just a situation where I think it's a pretty short window when you have a situation where it's not even on our property or my property. It's in the public right-of-way, happens to be adjacent to mine, but it wasn't even generated by my tenants or myself.
Okay, all right, sir. The bottom line here is it is your responsibility, even if it's in the swale, and unfortunately, even if you or your tenant didn't put it there, it's still ultimately your responsibility. But in light of the fact that the tenant was in the hospital, I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt this time and waive it, but
Okay.
you need to keep an eye on this in the future.
I appreciate it, and I'm sorry, I wasn't I was looking over this way, Ms. Flynn. I couldn't tell who was speaking, so I apologize for not looking at you. Thank you very much. I appreciate your time.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
Our next case is also on page 27. Inspector Wanda Aquavela. Case number SE22010182. Case address 2141 Northeast 51st Court. Owner Malenko Savage, and this is an administrative appeal.
Wanda Aquavilla for the city again. Case and address is read. The property was inspected on 1/21/22. Notice was posted, pictures were taken. I re-inspected on 1/24/22. The trash was still there. I took pictures and sent my driver. On 1/25/22, he removed it.
Please state your name for the record.
Malenko Savage.
Okay, what do you want to tell me in support of your appeal?
Well, there was a little confusion. I bought new furniture, and I called my friend, so we can donate it, old furniture to somebody, and he told me he's okay with that, So I was leaving the state on the 15th, so he said he's going to handle it from there, And what happened, he took full responsibility doing that. Then that person supposed to pick up the furniture never showed up, So he's not from the neighborhood, he's from another city. So he didn't know really when is the trash, bulk trash pickup. So he was misinformed from somebody. But and actually those people who supposed to pick up the furniture, they never showed up. So he kind of stuck with that, And he never called me to tell me what was the problem, because he took the responsibility. So he put the furniture outside, and I think he thought that was that Friday, on the 21st. Actually, that was the following Friday. So there was a misunderstanding. So he took a full responsibility, and he kind of feel bad, me paying that fine, and because he's my good friend, So he's on a fixed income, retired, so we kind of asked him to dismiss this fine. That's it. Okay.
Anything else from the city?
All they had to do was simply move it back onto the property.
Yeah, yeah.
Nobody lives in the house. That was the problem because he was only,
Yeah.
annoyed.
Unfortunately, it's still the property owner's responsibility, and the city incurred costs to go pick it up, so I'm gonna fine for the city.
Thank you, Your Honor.
So no dismissal, huh?
No dismissal.
Really? Thank you.
You're welcome.
Our next case is on page 37. Inspector Karen Proto. Case number CE 22010609. Case address 2230 Northwest 22nd Street. Owner Agape Worship Center, Inc. This case was first heard on 3/8/22 to comply by 3/22/22. One section complied at $100 per day. $3,000 accrued, and the city is requesting full amount. Page 37.
Okay, the bottom? Yeah. Okay.
Inspector Proto for the City of Fort Lauderdale. Case and address is read into the records. The case was first heard before Magistrate on 3/8/2022, where evidence was presented and found for the city. These violations were first cited on 1/24/22. A total of 8 inspections were made on the property. The property is now in compliance. The city is recommending full admin cost of $534.
Sir, please state your name for the record.
Darnell Mack.
Okay, are you in agreement with the reduction to city costs of $534?
Yes, I am.
Thank you so much for your cooperation.
Do that.
You too.
Our next case is on page 13. Inspector Marco Aguilera. Case number CE 21050738. Case address 2442 Tortugas Lane. Owners Erica and Fidel Amor. Inspector Marco Aguilera. Property posted 4/13/22, posted at City Hall 4/14/22.
For the record, Marco Aguilera, City of Fort Lauderdale Code Compliance Officer, presenting case CE 210-50738 for the property located at 2442 Tortugas Lane. A complaint was received on 5/23/21, and an inspection was conducted that same day by Officer Bellback, and the swale was observed to be completely covered in gravel, as well as a gravel driveway installed without a permit. A reinspection was conducted on 6/23/21 by Officer Bellback, and the property remained in violation and no permits were obtained. As of 4/20, the property remains in violation. However, a building permit was issued on 4/25/22 for a paver driveway to be installed on the property. At this time, the city is requesting 91 days to come into compliance, which would be to remove the gravel driveway and replace with living plant material or face a fine of $50 per day thereafter.
Sir, please state your name.
Good morning. Name is Fidel Amor.
Are you in agreement with the 91 days?
As of right now, yes. I just have to wait for the material delivery and whatnot.
Okay, if you run into a problem, make sure you contact the inspector before the fines start running.
Sure.
Okay, thank you very much.
Got it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next case is on page 50. Inspector Bovrig Zantis. Case number CE 21070250. Case address 1830 Lauderdale Manor Drive. Owner Linda K. Gibson. This case was first heard on 10/28/21 to comply by 12/9/21. There's 2 suspensions notated on the agenda. All violations are in compliance. As of March 18th, 2022, $3,900 accrued, and the city is requesting no fines.
Good morning, Your Honor. Inspector Exensis again on behalf of the City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement. Case and address as read, and the city is requesting no fine to be imposed.
Okay, please state your name for the record. Okay, I'm assuming you're in agreement with no fines? Yes. Okay, and thank you to your neighbor for helping you out here.
Yes, thank you to the
He's
neighbor.
a good
for
neighbor.
being so kind to help.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Our next case is on page 15. Inspector Marco Aguilera, case number CE 22030198, case address 3120 West Broward Boulevard, owner Green Trails 3 LLC. Property posted 4/20/2022, posted at City Hall 4/14/22.
Good morning, Marco Aguilera, City of Fort Lauderdale Code Compliance Officer, presenting case CE 22030198 for property located at 3120 West Broward Boulevard. An inspection was conducted on 3/3/22. Trash and litter were observed scattered throughout the property. A re-inspection was conducted on 3/10/22, and the property remained in violation. Trash and litter remained scattered throughout the property. As of 4/20/22, the property remains in violation. At this time, the city is requesting 10 days to come into compliance or face a fine of $100 per day thereafter.
Sir, please state your name.
My name is Jeffrey Skanoff. I'm the owner of the property.
Okay, are you in agreement to bring the property into compliance within 10 days?
Yes.
Okay, thank you so much for your cooperation.
Thank you.
Our next case is on page 28. Inspector Wilson Quintero Jr., case number CE 22010814, case address 1813 Northwest 19th Street, owner Peter Gay Johnson. And this is an administrative appeal.
Good morning, Your Honor. Inspector Wilson Quintero Jr., number 317, presenting on behalf of the city, case CE 22010814, address 1813 Northwest 9th Street. This case was initially opened by myself during routine inspections of the area on January 28, 2022, and the following violation was observed: 24/7B, there's bulk trash on the right-of-way, not on a scheduled date and time. The pile was located on the swell of a vacant lot directly across the street from this property. A thorough inspection of the contents of the pile revealed there to be several furniture boxes with addresses of this property owner name on them. As a result of this finding, this property was held accountable for the violation and was cited with a bulk trash violation notice given 48 hours for compliance. I made contact with the resident during this initial inspection and advised that the violation, methods of compliance, and the fact that the pile being placed on someone else's property is considered illegal dumping, which could carry a criminal charge if convicted. She understood and advised she would remove the items in question. During my reinspection on February 2nd, I observed a portion of the items had been removed. However, half of the pile remained on the swell of the vacant lot. Due to this finding, the pile was submitted for removal by the city, and the charge for this removal would go against this property owner due to the previous findings and conversations. On February 4th, the pile was removed by the city, and the case was complied.
Okay, please state your name for the record.
Peter Gay Johnson.
Okay, Ms. Johnson, what do you want to tell me in support of your appeal?
The only thing that I had across the street was a box with my name on it. He told me about it. I removed it. Then he came again with another officer that someone had put my stuff like around the street. Told me about it. I said, I'm going to remove it. I removed it. The things across the street, everybody in the community, a lot of people, I would say everybody, but a lot of people put their stuff across the street. It's an open area that people just dump stuff. So I remove my stuff. I don't want to get in trouble. And the things, other things there does not belong to me. I just remove my stuff with my name. That's it.
So the items that were there in the original inspection, if that picture is brought up, I found the name of the stuff on the boxes. So the original items depicted in that picture, including the boxes, all are assumed that they come from that property. So she was supposed to pick up all of that. She only picked up the boxes that had the address information, and the rest of the stuff was there. And then additionally, after that, people dumped more items, but the same items that were originally cited were still there, other than those boxes. So, she failed to remove those, and regardless if other people dumped on top the original items that she was cited for, she only removed the boxes and not the rest of the furniture that was there.
Okay, I'm going to fine for the city.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Sorry, what does that mean?
That means you have to pay whatever the city charged you to pick up the trash.
Can I appeal this?
Certainly.
Okay, thank you.
Our next case is also on page 27. Our next case is on page 27. Inspector Bernstein Sambard. Case number CE 211-20664. Case address 4901 Northwest 10th Avenue. Owner Edward McKinley, and this is an administrative appeal.
Good morning, Your Honor. Officer Bernstein Sambert, City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement. Case number CE 211-20664. Property address 4901 Northwest 10th Ave. This property was inspected on Wednesday, December 29, 2021, and cited for the following violations. 24-7B, there is bulk trash on the right-of-way, consists of cabinets and trash bags. Bulk trash pickup for the area is the fourth Friday of every month. December 24th would have been the pickup date for the month. Property was cited on December 29, 2021. A notice was posted on the property for 48 hours to remove, as well as a red bulk trash notice stickered on the pile of trash. Due to noncompliance on January 2nd, 2022, bulk trash on the swell remains, as well as boxes of trash and pallets was added to the bulk trash on the right-of-way. Notice was given to bulk trash team, which processed removal on January 5th, 2022. Reinspection on the property on January 9th, 2022 show bulk trash has been removed by the city. The city is requesting full amount.
Sir, please state your name.
Edward McKinley.
Okay, and what would you like to tell me in support of your appeal?
Yes, ma'am. I'm looking at that and that dresser that is still on your picture. I put it there first. And when you stick it, I take it away and I break it down. So it didn't come back after that and see that dresser there, none at all. But the fact is, the truck did not run on the fourth Friday in December. There was no bulk truck. I put my trash out there, and the eve, the Thursday, the truck was run Friday. It did not run none at all. And I did not see that notice on that door neither, because I put my trash out the Thursday and I leave. So when I come, I didn't see a notice on the door. Somebody who was the house maybe take the notice off without me knowing about it. So when I get a letter about...
Do you live at this property, sir?
Yes, I live there. But I put my trash out Thursday, and bulk truck was coming Friday. But there wasn't bulk truck that Friday.
Okay, Your Honor, Wanda Aquavella for the city again. I physically work with the bulk trash people. The only day of the year that they take off is Christmas Day itself. Every other holiday, anything, they don't celebrate it as far as taking it off.
Okay.
So they
All
did
right.
run.
I'm going to fine for the city.
They didn't run it Thursday. Look at the record. But
They ran it Friday, sir.
they did not.
Okay.
I'm serious. I mean, you know, it's in
Well,
the
in the
record.
future, if they do not run it, you need to call the city, the 8,000 number, and tell them that they didn't pick it up.
I went to the city to talk to them. Because like I said, I put my trash out Thursday. Friday was supposed to be bulk day. And I leave. It was Christmas. So when
Saturday was Christmas.
Exactly. But there was no bulk truck run that Friday.
Yes, there was.
Check the record, please. Check the record.
The only day they take off is Christmas Day itself. That's it.
They did not run a Friday.
Okay.
I'm sure. It's not only me. Other people here too.
Okay, sir. I've found for the city. Sorry.
Okay. So what do I do here now? Done?
Yeah, you'll get a copy of the order in the mail.
Our next case is on page 53. Senior Inspector Leonard Champagne. Case number CE 2202-0384, case address 401 North Birch Road, number 10 2414, owner Rosemary Investments. Gus, we need you. Thank you so very much. This case was cited on, well, I'll wait until you come in.
Good morning. Do you swear the truth?
Again, good morning, Your Honor. Leonard Champagne for the
Lenny,
city.
Lenny, hold on.
Do you swear the truthfully translate from Spanish to English, English to Spanish? Thank you.
This case was cited on February 25th, 2022. To comply by March 12th, 2022, one section complied at $200 per day, $4,800 accrued, and the city is requesting full amount. No appeal was received for the citation.
Good morning again, Your Honor. Leonard Champagne for the city. Case CE 2202-0384, 401 North Birch Road, Unit 1014. It was complied on 4/6/2022. It was cited on 2/25/22 to comply by 3/12/2022. City is requesting the full amount to be imposed.
Good morning. My name is Denise Inigo. I am the owner.
Good morning.
I speak in English a little, but in
Yeah.
I actually had it on the Airbnb, but since December of 2019, I have not received any income because the page was actually, I'm sorry, because the page was actually blocked. I actually administer my own business, my own unit, and with the bare minimum of information that I have, I thought, because I actually thought that the Airbnb was blocked from me, and my term was a long term. I did not felt the need to renew the license. Now that I'm interested in going back to Airbnb, I went to renew the licenses, and basically I was, addressed with this. I received this at the end of February. I received this, a letter. Okay, I called the city, and I didn't have any penalties, but if I was not using the Airbnb, to take the ad from the Airbnb. But since I was thinking of going back or not going back to Airbnb, I took a couple of days. Then I actually was interested in basically going back to Airbnb and renovate and redo everything. And basically then that's when I was issued with the amount due. I went to the city office about 2 weeks ago, and basically they gave me the today's hearing. I would especially request to remove the penalty because I can't pay it.
Okay. Anything else from the city?
No, Your Honor. As you can see, all the pictures are in there. They sent a letter over, and they came into compliance. And we have the name of Denise Michelle, the registered person working on it. So, and we posted the property.
Okay. All right. Please explain to her. Yes. Please explain to her that because she did not file for the appeal, I don't have any discretion. I must impose the fine, but explain to her about the lien reduction process, and I will take all these other things into consideration if she chooses to avail herself of that process.
La jueza en este caso no puede bajarte lo que es. Wow. Pero sí hay una donde tú puedes apelar lo que es la decisión de la jueza y te va a llegar unos documentos a tu casa o a la dirección donde tenés registrado, y ahí puedes apelar la decisión de la jueza. En este en este caso, la jueza no puede determinar. When I received the letter, basically, Your Honor, she's actually explaining, when she received that letter that she got it, when I came here to the office to ask about the total, I was received in an email that I couldn't appeal it, that she actually had to come here to appeal it.
Your Honor, you can explain to her, we have a lien bus up there. You can pick up the, they'll explain it to you over there along with the binder.
Desafortunadamente no puedes apelar la decisión de la jueza, pero tenés que hacerlo a través de esas documentaciones que están allá.
Okay, that's all I can do for you today. But go through the lien process, and if there was a miscommunication or you didn't understand that you had to file the appeal, you can tell me at that time, and I will try to work with you.
Dice que haz a través de ese proceso, llena todo lo posible y ella te va a ayudar con la situación.
My pleasure.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Your Honor, if I could, just since there seems to be so much confusion, for the record, both the front of the citation, which says in bold that if you don't request an administrative appeal within 15 calendar days, it shall constitute a waiver of your right to appeal and shall constitute an admission of the violation. And then when you turn over the citation form in larger and all bold type, there is the word administrative appeal. It details where you need to send that. And then again, in all caps and in bold, it says, failure of a violator to file a written request for an administrative appeal within 15 days after the date of the civil citation notice shall constitute a waiver of the violator's right to administrative appeal to contest the civil violation notice and is deemed an admission of the violation, and the civil penalties shall be assessed accordingly. It's very clear if.
Yeah. Thank you, City Attorney. And I would also add that the ordinance says that once they do not request that appeal, that I shall enter the fine.
Yes, ma'am.
So I have no discretion in that regard. Okay, next case.
Our next case is on page 28. Senior Inspector Patrice Jolly. Case number CE 22020028. Case address 1100 Northeast 3rd Street. Owner Betula and Olga Iskender. This case was cited on 2/15/22 to comply by 3/2/22. One section complied at $200 per day. $8,600 accrued. The city is requesting full amount and no appeal. I'm sorry, this is an appeal. Sorry.
Because you all read the document, I assume, so you appealed.
All right, good morning, Your Honor. Senior Inspector Patrice Jolly representing for the city, presenting case CE 2202-0028 for the property located at 1100 Northeast 3rd Street. This property was first cited on February 15th for the following violation. 15-281A. There is an operation of a vacation rental with an expired certificate of compliance at this location. 15 days were given to comply, either by submitting a renewal application and receiving a vacation rental certificate of compliance, or removing all active listings and ceasing all vacation rental activity. I was contacted by Older Iskender on February 28th via email. The email was to dispute the citation issued for operating with an expired certificate of compliance. Ms. Iskender stated that she was given information by the DBPR that said she was not required to register her vacation rental property with the city. I responded to her email on March 1st, explaining that all vacation rental properties, occupied or not, must be registered with the city. I also attached the definitions of the vacation rental and other information taken directly from Chapter 15, Sections 271. She was advised also by Antonio Wood, an administrative assistant for vacation rental, that all vacation rental activities must cease until the property has been registered and inspected. Property searches were done on March 3rd, March 9th, March 17th, March 24th, and on March 7th of 2022. And the case came into compliance when it was confirmed that the listing had been removed on April 15th by Antonio Wood, the administrative assistant for the vacation rental enforcement. The city's requesting that the fines be imposed as read. I'd like to also, while we have a few PDFs that show the activity over the last few months, and also a thread of the email correspondence between Ms. Iskender and us ourselves, just informing her that why she would need to get the property registered. As you can see, there are reviews there from as late as April 4th, 2022. And these are after the citation was issued.
Okay, please state your name for the record.
Olga Iskender.
Okay, and can you explain why, after you received the citation, you continued to rent the property?
So we had to rent the property because we couldn't cancel on the Airbnb. So we stopped it as soon as we were notified. Right away, I was in communication with the city. On March 7th, we were approved for the renewal. And the reason that it took so long is because there was a fee on the tax department that was actually waived. It was incorrect. And so as soon as I was able to contact the tax department, and I have all of the emails going back and forth, they took off the fee. I was able to pay it, and right away we had the inspection. So we have not been operating. My mother-in-law actually has been staying there for the whole time. And I can show all of the communications that have been going on since March 28th all the way to April 11th when the last payment was made, because I wasn't able to contact, and I contacted officer stating that I wasn't able to contact the tax department, to which he stated that he is going to try to help. I ended up actually calling, getting on the phone. They took off the fee. I paid the final whatever was left, which was $196. And I have an email that as well. And she said, you know, the representative said it's all set, and we had the inspection. So
Okay.
the only reason that it took this long is because I have all of the emails going from February 28th all the way to April 11th. There was no operating in the...
So why are there all of these nice reviews of your property?
Because it takes them a while to get. I mean, they can leave the reviews. They have the ability to leave their reviews at any time. They don't have to stay there. In fact, we prefer reviews because this is our home. This is where we live. And the reason it all started is because we had a license, we did everything, and then I was told by the department that because I'm occupied within, in the home, that I'm not required to do a renewal, hence why we didn't do a renewal. We're law-abiding citizens. We absolutely would do a renewal. We don't even get the amount that's being fined. It's not what we get even a year within, you know, we have a small child, so this is our little business. And I'm happy to show you all of the emails going back and forth and the communication that has been going on with 3 different departments within the city. And I was just trying to clarify everything. Once I did, and they took off the fee, which was not for us, they agreed. On April 11th was the last communication, and the officer was able to do an inspection, which he did, and he saw that there was...
When did you take the Airbnb, or did you take the Airbnb advertisement down?
So we didn't know to take it down. It was blocked, so people cannot actually
rent it.
They cannot book it at all. And only the last time when the officer said you have to take it off, I had no idea. If you went onto Airbnb and you tried to book it, there was no way that you could do it. We block all of the days off. We were not aware, and in any of the communication here, which again is from February to April, were we told to take off the listing. Literally on Airbnb.
Okay. Excuse me, I understand maybe it was maybe
It
misinformed.
was a completely miscommunication.
So,
Let
so
the inspector speak. I can only listen to one person at a
Yes, thank you. So where she mentioned that she got information from the city, she actually got information from the DBPR, which is the Department of Business and Public Regulations. That's not associated with the city. That's just one portion of what she needs to have her certificate of compliance within the city. So I explained to her even with definitions of, if you want to see, I guess that Christina right here. So that actually explained to her what makes her property still needs to be registered within the city by the ordinance, which is chapter 15 on the definition in 271. So she was also told by me at that point, and if you scroll a little further up, you can see she's told by the administrative assistant, Antonia Wood, that she needs to cease all operations. So because snoozing the listing,
When was that done?
it's done on, if you go up, the dates are right here. This is March 1st was when I sent that response to her email. Can you scroll up a little higher, Christina, please? This was her response on March 2nd.
I'm just trying to clarify everything, and once it was.
I understand, but I'm just explaining the city's position. So if you go one more above that, go some more. Go up. You can see here where Antonia responds to her as well, that it's still in violation, and that she needs to comply by all listings to remove all the listings, and just them has to be removed. So she's told in an email here, as you can see, that's on March 2nd.
Right,
that
and right afterward.
listing has to be removed. She continued, the ads were up until I checked it. The last time I checked for the ad was up was April 7th, and they were taken down and confirmed by Administrative Assistant Antonia Wood on April 15th.
May I say something? So.
Go ahead.
Right after this, I confirmed and I said, absolutely, we will renew. And as I said, we are law-abiding citizens. And as soon as they explained it to me, I did it. The only reason I found out to take the listing off is when I actually called to cancel the appeal because
Yeah, but ma'am, it's right in the email that he told you to remove it from the listing.
Where does it say that?
What was it, March
March 2nd.
2nd?
Your Honor, it also should be noted for the record, this was an expired, operating with an expired certificate, so they've already gone through the process. Again, it's not a new program, as Your Honor knows, and it's heard on other cases. Just to block off or pause a listing is not sufficient because, of course, then the very next day that the city could check, it could be released. So that's why the ordinance requires the removal of the actual ad to ensure that there really is.
Right, and I'm reading right from the email he sent you, which is, as of today, 3/2/22, the property remains in violation and it is still being advertised online without being registered. To comply the citation, all listings and advertisements must be removed and rental activity ceased.
Your Honor, you're absolutely correct, except my understanding of that was not taking it off of the listing. My understanding was just blocking it where people are not able to book.
It says clearly you have to remove the listing. All right, I'm going to impose a fine of $3,800.
Am I able to appeal that?
You certainly may.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
Our next case is also on page 28. Our next case is on page 28. Inspector Marco Aguilera. Case number CE 22030395, case address 2612 Key Largo Lane. Owner Shahar Goldblum and Aria Reader and all others. This case was cited 32622 to comply by 32622. Two sections complied at $200 per day, $400 accrued. The city is requesting full amount, and this is a citation appeal.
Good morning, Marco Aguilera, City of Fort Lauderdale Code Compliance Officer, presenting case CE 22030395 for the property located at 2612 Key Largo Lane. An inspection was conducted on 3/26/22. 3 citations were issued for the following violations. 152785 subsection A, there was noise plainly audible for 1 minute when measured at a distance from 50 feet from the property line. 15-2782B, there was more than the maximum permissible of 20 persons on the property at any given time. And 15278 subsection E, there was vehicle parking in the roadway. That citation has been withdrawn due to back office errors. Fort Lauderdale Police responded to the property as well to assist in the delivery of the citations. At this time, the city is requesting to impose the fines in the amount of $400.
Sir, please state your name or whoever's going to speak.
Okay, Your Honor. My name is Shahar Goldboim.
Oh.
I'm the owner of the house.
And what do you want to tell me in support of your appeal?
I just give a little bit of a background, if it's okay.
Sure.
I'm the owner and founder of Design VR, chosen to be one of the 100 fast-growing companies in Miami currently. We have 180 employees. I take really seriously the neighborhood's disturbance. I have two daughters, so the importance of having a business, why not hurting the neighborhood, we take it to heart. I can tell you that my company, we have basically it's starting from the communication. I'm saying it because I see a lot of vacation rental issues over here, and it's important for me to say. So from the moment that the communication dealing with the guests, we're doing elimination of guests, saying that no parties are allowed under no circumstances. If they do a party, we will have to eliminate it. We have IoT devices in the house, front cameras, back cameras, sound trackers in the house, check decibel of volume in the house, so we can basically know if something is going on. We have security monitoring these IoT devices, and I have also securities that going in between the properties to check the properties for parking and any kind of disturbance that's going on. I want to show you how many times the city came to this property in order to check on it. So on December 27, received a complaint, there was nothing. July 3rd, a complaint, nothing. July 7th, 2021, complaint, nothing. July 10, July 12, July 17, July 14, July 20, August 2nd, September 9, February 10th, February 12th, February 16th, February 18th, February 19th, March 2nd. All of this is the city coming to the place in order to check if there is any disturbance, and there was no disturbance to the neighborhood. March 10, March 11, March 19, March 26th is actually when it happened. April 1st, April 8th, April 9th, April 10th, April 13th. This is all of the time that the city basically came and found nothing. We have a neighbor that's really complaining over there about like everything, and as a result take a lot of efforts from the city, looks like. Now, for a year and a half, we didn't had one violation on this property, and the one incident that actually happened that was at 5 p.m. actually happened with Dana, which is my old banker that used to work for my company, that asked to do a party for her husband. I asked her to keep it low and not have a lot of people, and I'll tell her I'll give her the position to tell you what happened.
Hi.
Please state your name.
Dana Aricia.
Okay.
Okay, so I just wanted to explain. So it was my husband's 40th birthday, so I wanted to throw him a party. So I asked Shahar, I used to work for his company and I've known him for a long time, if we could throw a party at that house. And he said, yes, you can, but just keep it down, keep it low. He was even invited to the party as well. And the party kind of, like, people brought people, you know, it just got a little bit more than it should have, but it still wasn't anything crazy. The cops came like twice, I think, and they said, look, neighbors are calling because they see cars here and they're upset because they know that there's a party clearly going on, and they're upset about this because they're not happy that there's an Airbnb in their neighborhood because it's a residential area. So they're going to do whatever they can.
How many people were at this party?
I think it was like maybe like around 50, 60 people. Like that was the max, the time where the most people were there. So it did get a little bit like more than what we were supposed to be. But we weren't doing anything crazy. We weren't being like loud. I mean, we had music, but it wasn't crazy. The party started at like 2 p.m. and everybody was gone by like, I think 6 or 7. Everybody was gone, like literally. So there was like neighbors standing outside, and when the cops came, the cops even told me, they were like, look, you guys seem like nice people. I don't want to shut this down, so just try to keep it low, because the neighbors are upset that this is an Airbnb, and they're going to do whatever they can to try to stop the party and to try to get you guys in trouble, because they don't want this house here. They call all the time, and they're standing here. They want us to do something. Like, they want to make sure that we penalize you guys. And the cops were like really nice, and they were like, you guys are not doing anything. Like, you guys are good people. So they felt bad, but they were like, we're getting called, so we have to come out here. And then next thing I know was the city came, and then yeah, they imposed the citations, and I wasn't sure why, because our party wasn't even like anything crazy, you know. And then once they told me they had to leave, I had told everybody to go home. I had to stop my husband's 40th birthday. I literally had to tell everybody to go, which was embarrassing, but I had, you know, I wanted to comply.
Okay, thank you.
One more thing, if I may. The reason I'm over here is not about the violation. I talked with the city and I talked with the official. I explained them what happened. I told them, you know what, consolidate, like there was 3 violations. If you have 3 violations, they want to take the vacation rental license away from the property. I explained them in a way, like, why to take like the vacation license away. Obviously, it's not a huge party. Obviously, we're doing everything in our power, basically, to stop the activity. So why not consolidate into like one violation, and we'll take it. But why to continue with 3, which now I heard that you took like 1 down, that I made a lot of phone calls, and I heard that we are not going to do it, which I don't understand, to be honest, where it's coming from and what kind of the measure, like to do such a thing for such an activity that happened, because I don't see it as extreme activity.
Okay.
And that's the reason why I'm here.
Okay.
Like, to be honest. And one more thing, when we asked to, because I start reading like the ordinance, like really deeply of the vacation rental, I asked my lawyer to look at it, but it was important for me to be over here. When I read the vacation rental, I saw that, like, for example, so for the noise ordinance, you have to have a reading. When we called the city, in the noise ordinance, it's saying in chapter 17, the limit set in chapter 17, noise control.
Understandable, sir. However, the vacation rentals are governed under Chapter 15 of the noise ordinances. That's in Chapter 15, not 17.
I read the
Vacation
ordinance yesterday.
Chapter 15 does not require noise readings. It's plainly audible. Does not require noise readings.
Maybe my mistake. I read it yesterday, and I went and I looked in the website. I will gladly look again. And also on the gathering, that if I was there, actually, there wouldn't be a problem, because if it's an owner thing, then you won't have the issue. But that's my feel, and that's what I wanted to say. That
Okay, thank you very much.
I just would like to point out we have a neighbor from the block that is a witness to multiple parties going on this property all the time. She'd like to speak on her
Okay.
behalf.
Please come forward. Please state your name for the record.
Good morning, Diana Steger. I'm a resident at Lauderdale Isles and also the treasurer of the Lauderdale Isles Civic Improvement Association. This property, we understand as the party house, I'm sorry. And it's a constant complaint from numerous residents on Key Largo Lane, between parties, between drag racing down the cul-de-sac street at night, between taunting the residents from the renters. So it's really interrupted everybody's weekend, everybody's peace and quiet. So we do ask for your consideration.
Okay.
Sure.
So I don't know what files he provided to you about the city responding. We have our own files of the police department responding. Since January 1st to April 14th, there has been 15 calls for service for the police department in regards to noise and traffic complaints. The police may respond 15 times. They're not code enforcement officers. They wouldn't be able to bring the property through this process, which is why they have not been cited when the police respond. This just so happens that there was an officer, myself, on duty that was able to respond.
Okay, I want to ask the city attorney to weigh in. Does it make any difference that on this particular day, it was not being rented out by vacation rentals?
No, ma'am, this property is registered as a vacation rental property. It is governed, as staff has indicated, under section 15-278. The two violations, exceeding the maximum occupancy of 20 people, that's to be maintained at all times. Additionally, for the noise, noise is governed by 5A, which is obviously cited in the citation, and the standard is plainly audible. The governing body obviously made a distinction on noise cases of commercial properties or residential properties that individuals own themselves, as opposed to a higher standard for vacation rental because of the disparate impact potentially to the neighborhood. So the requirements are different. And so the city would say that based upon the photos, you can clearly see that there are well in maximum of 20 people.
I think she said there was about 50 people there.
50 to 60 people, yes, ma'am. And then you heard the inspector say that he heard the noise emanating, and those would be the two violations. The city withdrew the first one.
Okay, I think there's sufficient evidence that the maximum occupancy was exceeded and that the noise level was more than allowed.
Can I just say, no, just like one thing, I have the ordinance. This is the ordinance. It's saying chapter 17, noise control is called.
Sir, that's a registered vacation rental, and once you're a registered vacation rental, you'd fall under chapter 15, not chapter 17. So it's no longer a decibel level, it is just a plainly audible level, and before 10, it's at a distance of more than 50 feet from the property line, which is why it's a violation.
Sir, you have the wrong ordinance in your hand, okay?
Okay, it's what you have in your website. That's what I was.
Okay, well, the
given,
city
that's
has
what I
all
was
the
gi-
ordinances on their website. That doesn't mean that they're applicable to vacation rentals.
That was given to us by city officials that sent an email with this link to this ordinance, and that's what the ordinance
Sir,
is saying.
the citation has each ordinance that was cited and the actual wording of the ordinance on it. So if you just read the ordinance, it'll tell you what violation was cited under what chapter.
Okay, the appeal is denied.
Okay. All my ask is, like, for real, we're trying to do a good business while keeping the neighborhood. If you have too much hurt, I can promise that we will put more power, because it's really important to me not to hurt the neighborhood, like to affect. And I will give you.
Okay, sir, you're free to talk to your neighbors outside the hearing.
Yeah, I will, and it's important to me, so if we can consolidate it as a one violation, that is a purpose for the vacation rental.
It is not one violation, it is two violations.
Sir,
two
I've
separate
already
violations of the code.
ruled, sir.
I didn't, sorry.
Yes, I ruled, I denied your appeal. There's a $400 fine, and that's my ruling.
475.
475, sorry.
Thank you.
Our next case is on page 33.
No, it's okay.
Senior Inspector Leonard Champagne. Case number CE 22020033. Case address 1217 Sea Breeze Boulevard. Owner 1217 Sea Breeze Boulevard LLC. This case was cited on 2/11/22 to comply by 2/26/22. One section complied at $200 per day. $9,600 is accrued. The city is requesting full amount and no appeal was received for the citation.
Morning again, Your Honor. Leonard Champagne for the city for case number CE 2202-0033, 127C Breeze Boulevard. It was complied on 4/13/2022. It was cited on 2/11/2022 to comply by 2/26/2020. Appeal the deadline, it was 2/26 and it was not appealed. The city is requesting the impositions of the fines.
Okay, and this is 1217 Seabreeze Boulevard?
Correct, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. All right, sir, please state your name.
Yes, Shachar Goldboim. Again, first time I'm in appeal in this, so 2 times in a row.
Okay, did you appeal this particular citation?
We didn't appeal because basically the citation said operating a vacation rental with expired certificate. It was a mistake of the administrative. We paid it actually during the time, so after like 6 days from getting this citation, we paid for the permit. The assumption was just this, the assumption was that it's not longer expired, and that's the reason we didn't appeal to anything. My team contacted the city to do the inspection, and it took a month and a half till like the inspection actually corrected. I can show you. I see that you don't have, so I can show you all of the detail to why it took like a month and a half. Some it can be a little bit of our fault, some from the municipality ability to create like an inspection, and as a result, the time was off. And from what I understood, like I heard before, you won't have the power, and we will have to apply for a lien reduction. But I do think that the explanation on the citation should be better to explain what does it mean or what needs to be done to.
I can't really address that, sir. You were present. I read it. It's quite clear. It can't be any more clear.
Okay, sir, I have to impose the fine, same as I did for everybody else, because you didn't file the appeal. You're welcome to take, to do the lien reduction process. Thank you, sir.
Will do. Thank you. With who should I talk about it? Lien reduction?
Yeah,
Right here.
Right at the front desk.
Champagne will give you that information.
Our next case is on page 30. Senior Inspector Leonard Champagne. Case number CE 22030176, case address 101 North Birch Road, number 301. Owner Barry Bowman. This case was cited on 3/4/22 to comply by 3/19/22. One section complied at $200 per day. $600 accrued, and the city is requesting full amount. No appeal was received for the citation.
Good morning again, Your Honor. Leonard Champagne for the city. CE 2203-0176, 101 North Birch Road, Unit 301. Just to let you know, Your Honor, after this, we have one in the same building by the same manager, the same owner on another property, okay? It was cited on 3/4/2022 to comply by 3/19/2022. The violation, I checked since I saw that the ad was changed on 3/23/2022, and it came into compliance. There was no appeal. The city is requesting full amount be imposed.
Okay, sir, please state your name for the record.
Yes, Your Honor, my name is Barry Bowman.
Okay, Mr. Bowman, did you file an appeal in this matter?
I did not.
Okay, then unfortunately, there's not much I could do for you. I have to impose the fine, but you're welcome to go to lien reduction if you oppose that.
Okay, Your Honor, thank you very much. I would like to go to lien reduction.
Okay.
Also, Your Honor, would I have the opportunity at some point to see the evidence of the violation? Mr. Champlain was very helpful in advising me how to be compliant, but I think that there was some ambiguity regarding the advertisement that I had, and I clarified.
Well, it's up on the screen right now, Mr. Baumann.
Yes, Your Honor.
I'm not able to see that, Your Honor. Would I be able to get a copy of it?
You can see on the big screen.
Would I be able to get a copy of that in hard print, Your Honor?
Sure.
Yes,
Thank you, Your Honor.
no problem.
Our next case is on page 31. Case number CE 220300177. Case address 101 North Birch Road, number 402. Owner Barry Bowman and Javier Ramonch. This case was cited on 3/4/22 to comply by 3/19/22. One section complied at $400 per day. $1,200 accrued. The city is requesting full amount and no appeal was received for the citation.
Again, good morning, Your Honor. Leonard Champagne, CE 2203-0177, 101 North Birch Road, Unit 402. Okay, this was a repeat violation. It was cited on 3/4/2022 to comply by 3/19/2022. I checked the ad and saw that it was removed on 3/23/22. Okay, it wasn't appealed, Your Honor, so the city is asking for the imposition of the fines.
Okay, please state your name again for the record.
Yes, Your Honor. My name is Barry Bowman.
Okay, well, same situation here. I have to impose the fine, and you're welcome to go to lien reduction.
I understand, Your Honor, and I would like to make the same request of the hard copy evidence and the date at which it was reviewed by the city.
Certainly.
Thank you very much, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Our next case is on page 49. Inspector Bovrig Xantis. Case number CE 210402220. Case address 1011 Northwest 14th Street. Owners Janie and James Houston. This case was first heard on 8/26/21 to comply by 10/28/21. There are two suspensions notated on the agenda. Two sections not complied at $50 per day. $12,600 is accrued. The city is requesting full amount and fines continue to accrue. Oh, my apologies. We'll recall the case as Bovry is not in the room. So we'll call you right back up. We have to get the code officer.
Sorry. We'll be with you in a minute.
Our next case is on page 14. Inspector Marco Aguilera. Case number CE 220200456. Case address 3565 Southwest 17th Street. Owner Sue Sanchez and German for COD. Property posted 4/13/22. Posted at City Hall 4/14/22.
Good morning, Marco Aguilera, City of Fort Lauderdale Code Compliance Officer, presenting case CE 22020456 for the property located at 3565 Southwest 17th Street. A complaint was received on 2/13/22 and an inspection was conducted the same day. Overnight storage of a commercial truck was observed on the property. Due to the time of inspection at night, an inspection report was mailed to the property owner verified by BCPA. A reinspection was conducted on February 27, 2022, and the property remained in violation. Commercial vehicle was again observed to be stored on the property overnight. As of 4/22/22, the property remains in violation. The commercial vehicle remains stored on the property overnight. At this time, the city is requesting 10 days to come into compliance or face a fine of $50 per day thereafter.
Sir, please state your name for the record.
Gentleman for Kate.
Okay, sir, are you in agreement to bring the property into compliance within 10 days?
Yeah, I have a question. Okay, first I received a letter last week, and I believe my wife called you, and
Yes.
you explained her about the situation because we don't know what is about it. You know why we don't know because it's a lot. She also asked you, it's a lot cars around bigger than my car, and and the houses. That's why we don't know where it's coming from. So I just want to ask if I can. I want to ask for more time and put a fence because I wrote that you put like if I have a fence or something, I can keep the car over there, you know. And this is the thing, the car, I put in another place the car, but sometimes I go so early to work that I bring it to my house, you know. I want to ask for more time and put a fence. And
How
that's
much
it.
time are you requesting?
Well, I don't know how long takes to get a permit and then put a fence or something, so.
Sir, that truck can't be kept there even behind a fence. Once we have photo evidence of it being on the
So what
property,
happened with all those trucks around the community?
they're all being cited. We're not here for those cases. We're here for yours.
I understand, and you know, you told to my wife that they're getting warnings, and I asked my neighbors, and they don't. That's what I'm here to see what I can do, you know, because why they can have the trucks there and I can't?
Okay, sir, I'm sorry, but those cases are not in front of me. When they come in front of me, then I'll deal with the evidence of those cases. So, you know, but your case is in front of me, and I can see the commercial vehicle, and it's not gonna help to put a fence up, so you're gonna have to remove the vehicle.
Okay.
10 days or $50 a day thereafter.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Our next case is on page 7. Senior Inspector Manny Garcia. Case number CE 22020090. Case address 2201 Southwest 14th Street. Owner Marvin Durand. Property posted 4/15/22, posted at City Hall 4/14/22.
Your Honor, for the record, Senior Officer Garcia presenting case CE 22020090, reference to the property 2201 Southwest 14th Street. This property was cited on February 3rd, 2022 for the following violations. 18-4C, there are derelict vehicles and trailers on the swell and on the property. 47-34.1.8.1, there is illegal land use occurring at this RD 15 zone property. There is outdoor storage that consists of, but is not limited to, brick pavers, boat engines, discarded vessel parts, buckets, and other miscellaneous items. 9-304B, there are recreational vehicles and trailers that are parked on the grass and lawn area. 18-12A, there's overgrowth, trash, rubbish, and debris on the property in order to well. 9-305B, the landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover. 9-280H, 1 has been complied. 4734.4.C.2.D has been complied. At this time, the property remains in violation as per the photos depict. The city is requesting 63 days to comply or a fine of $50 per day per violation thereafter.
Sir, please state your name for the record.
Marvin Duran.
Can you agree to bring the property into compliance within 63 days?
I believe so, yes.
Okay, thank you so much for your cooperation.
We're recalling the case on page 49 for Inspector Exantis. Case number CE 21040220. Case address 1011 Northwest 14th Street. Owners Janie and James Houston.
Good morning, Your Honor, Inspector Exantis, on behalf of the City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement, case number CE 21040220, property address 1011 Northwest 14th Street. This case came before the magistrate for number 3 times already. First, on August 26, 2021, 63 days was given to compliance, and on December 9th, 2021, property owner was granted an extension of 35 days to comply. And lastly, on January 27, 2022, property owner was also granted 21 days to come with compliance with the property. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on 4/2022, revealed as depicted in the photos. At this time, the city is requesting all violations remains, and the city is requesting all fines to be imposed.
Sir, please state your name for the record.
James Houston Jr.
Okay, why is it taking so long to get this property into compliance?
Well, been one situation, like I'm saying, I've been back and forth in the hospital. I had a couple toes amputated.
Okay, how long were you incapacitated?
How long what?
How long were you incapacitated?
Well, I was in the hospital almost about like 2 months.
You were in the hospital for 2 months. Approximately what dates were you in the hospital?
I can't remember, but I went in there last year, and I also was back in there this year.
Okay, for how long?
Well, the last time I went in, I stayed 3 weeks and a half.
Okay.
Like I said, and I couldn't do no weight with my toes and up my annotation because I'm not well now. And which, I'm being right, and I'm not trying to, be ruling them, but I knows how the city work, because I was out with them 32 years, so I knows how they work. So I'm not trying to be funny.
I don't really understand your point.
No, but I said I knows how they work, because I was with the city a lot of their help 32 years. And I knows how the rule go, but once if I had my toes and stuff done or did implementation, I couldn't get out there and do nothing what I was supposed to do.
Okay, are you now able to bring the property into compliance?
Well, I'm working on it. I'm working on it now.
Okay, and what about the trailer? I'm not seeing that in these pictures. Is that gone?
Yes, Your Honor. Most of the outdoor storage has been removed, and now the remaining violations are the gravel driveway, as you can see, and the missing ground cover, which is on the property in swell area.
Okay, so 9304B is complied?
It's not in compliance. 9304B is not in compliance, and 9-305B is not in compliance.
And how much time do you think you need, sir, to get the rest of the property in compliance?
Well, at the driveway, I'm finna ask him a question on this driveway. It's a driveway where, like I'm saying, it's right upside the edge of my fence when I turn off the road at to pull up in my yard. And putting a driveway in there, it's got rocks in it. Cause the city done put about 2 or 3 swales in front of my house. And the key note about it, when you put down soil and put down sand, you can put it down every year. That grass is not gonna grow. It's not gonna grow. When they put down soil, you got to dump black soil to be able for it to catch root to grow. It's not gonna grow in sand.
Okay, anything else from the city?
Well, Your Honor, it's just a matter of a driveway that's being run through and swallowed up by the earth and grass and weeds is going through it, and it just also part of the landscape needs to be maintained as well. So the dead missing ground cover needs to be fixed. So that's that, Your Honor.
Okay, all right. Sir, I'm going to give you 10 days to bring the property into compliance, and that's going to be the last extension I can give you, okay? All right.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Our next case is on page 39. Inspector Evan Oakes, Supervisor Davila presenting case number CE 211-10282, case address 1320 Northwest 7th Terrace. Owner Concepcion Cillian and Leon Noel. This case was first heard on 2/24/22 to comply by 3/20. We'll recall this case as the respondent has stepped out. Our next case is on page 36. Inspector Gustavo Caracas, case number CE 211-10752, Case address 1751 Northeast 56th Street, owner Lanai 19 LLC. This case was first heard on 2/8/22 to comply by 3/8/22. Suspended 3/24/22 to 4/28/22. One section complied at $50 per day. $650 accrued, and the city is requesting full amount.
Good morning, Your Honor. Inspector Caracas for the city. Case number CE 211-10752 for the address located at 1751 Northeast 56th Street. This case first came before Special Master on February 8th of 2022, where evidence was presented and the magistrate found for the city. These violations were first cited on November 29 of 2021, and a total of 9 re-inspections have been made to the property. There were conversations by phone with the property owner and how to come into compliance. I'm happy to say that there is compliance on this property, ma'am. City's position is that the fines be imposed at $550. Just to let you know, Your Honor, the amount for the administrative cost is $663.
Okay, I have 650, is that correct? Is the current fine?
Yes, $650.
$650, yes, I'm sorry. $650, and the admin cost is $663.
And the costs are $663. Okay. All right, please state your name for the record.
Catherine Banja.
Okay. What do you want to tell me why it took so long to get this done?
Because we applied for a permit through the city of Fort Lauderdale, and they did not issue the permit. They made us get a new survey. Then after we got the survey, they came back and said we had to hire an engineer. After we hired the engineer, they told us they had to reprocess it again. And at the last hearing, we had just gotten the permit okay to start the work. And we got it done immediately. The city signed off on it on April 12th, I believe, or April 14th. They did their final inspection.
Okay.
So I pulled a permit like I thought I had to, but I guess I shouldn't have pulled a permit.
Yeah, it's unfortunate, but we did give you all of these extensions, so there really is, the fines on the property do not exceed what the city costs were. So, you know, I could impose city costs or I could impose the fine, but the fine is less than city costs, so I'm gonna impose the fine.
Okay.
Thank you.
Our next case is on page 42. Inspector Evan Oakes, Supervisor Davila presenting. Case number CE 2107-1109. Case address 952 Northwest 24th Avenue. Owner SFR 2012-1 Florida LLC. This case was first heard on 1/27/22 to comply by 3/3/22. One section complied at $50 per day, $1,000 accrued, and the city is requesting full amount.
Good morning again, Code Compliance Supervisor Julio Davila on behalf of Code Inspector Evan Oakes for the City of Fort Lauderdale's Community Enhancement Division, presenting the aforementioned case and property. This case was heard on February 24th, 2022. The magistrate ruled in favor of the city, and the property owner was ordered to correct the violations by March 24th, 2022. At this time, the violations are in compliance. The city is requesting the full amount to be imposed. However, the administrative costs for this that have accrued are $580.
Please state your name for the record.
Dilma Melendez.
Okay, and why was the property out of compliance for so long?
We have a USB parked there that do not belong to us, and it has been like hell, sorry for the word, to take that out. And I have here the copy of the emails, all the my effort to have the USB to remove so we can comply with it. And only the strip bomb was the one that took it away for me as a favor so I can comply. Not even the tower company that the city of Fort Lauderdale sent me. They were requesting the owner to be here. The owner is in San Diego. He's a CEO with a company. And the tower company from the city of Fort Lauderdale saying, no way, the owner has to be here. So I asked the bump to move the USB out of there.
Okay, anything else?
And I
from the
have
city?
here the emails with the officer where I show him all the efforts to do it.
Okay, anything else from the city? All right, I'll impose city costs of $580.
Can appeal?
Be my guest.
Okay. Thank you.
Our next case is on page 45, Senior Inspector Manny Garcia. Case number CE 21080705. Case address 1113 Southwest 22nd Terrace. Owner Fernil and Carrie-Ann. Page 45.
Thank you.
Via Lumco. This case was first heard on 12722 to comply by 31722. Two sections complied at $25 per day for $900. Two sections not complied at $25 per day for $2,100. A total of $3,000 accrued. The city is requesting full amount be imposed and fines continue to accrue on the non-complied violations.
Your Honor, for the record, Senior Officer Garcia presenting case CE 21080705, reference to the property 1113 Southwest 22nd Terrace. This case was presented to the magistrate on January 27, 2022, of which the magistrate found for the city. At this time, the property remains in violation as per the photos depict. The city is requesting the imposition of fines to the sum of $3,000, of which continues to accrue until the pending violations have been complied.
Please state your name, sir.
Morning, Your Honor. My name is Franil Vailenko.
Okay, and why isn't this property in compliance?
I have to ask, I have a lot of financial difficulties. I have talked to Mr. Garcia knows about this. My wife had fallen a year and a half ago, so I've been on one income. I have 5 people that depend on me, and I have an adult son who is a bipolar. He can't work. He has to stay with me. I have a kid who is autistic. So it's very difficult, and my wife just went back to work. She had a surgery last year. She went back to work 6 hours a week, and I don't think she can even do that. She's in a lot of pain. I want to do it. I tried to do it with the little money I could. I put some grass seed, but it came up, but then it died because of fungus. I want to comply with it. I'm looking into getting a...
How much time do you think you need?
I hope I need at least 2 more months. I'm trying to get into, looking into getting a home equity loan and see if I can fix everything, all of that.
Okay, all right. Any objection?
Give me 1 second, Your Honor, if you don't mind.
Sure.
Your Honor, the property owner is asking for 2 months.
Yeah.
I wouldn't oppose if you want to push it to July 28th and do a reappearance for that day. That'll give him some time to be able to, if he wants to go the route of providing grass seed to the missing landscape, it'll be summer, so he'll have sufficient rain for the grass to grow. And then it'll also give him an opportunity to work within a certain budget, being that he's kind of going through that. And ultimately, the city's goal is to obtain compliance. So I'd rather go that route. So we'll instate 91-day extension and a reappearance on the July 28th hearing of 2022.
Okay, I appreciate your input and cooperation. Okay, so we're going to give you 91 days. And you're going to come back and see me in July.
Okay.
And hopefully by then, everything's going to be done, and we can send you on your way.
Yes, thank you. And I will get in touch with Mr. Garcia as the improvement goes.
Okay, I hope your wife does better.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Our next case is on page 43. Inspector Wilson Quintero, Jr., case number CE 211-20481, Case address 1540 Northwest 6th Street. Owners lawyer and Leona Brown. This case was first heard on 2/8/22 to comply by 3/8/22. One section not complied at $50 per day. $2,550 accrued. The city is requesting full amount fines continue to accrue.
Morning, Your Honor. Inspector Wilson Quintero Jr., number 317, presenting on behalf of the city. Case number CE 21120481. Case address 1540 Northwest 6th Street. This case was first heard on February 8th, 2022. The magistrate ruled in favor for the city, and the property owner was ordered to correct violations at this property by March 8th, 2022. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on April 27th, and the violation was found to now be in compliance. The city, I just received contact from the owner's daughter who's present the day on the 26th. So on the 27th is when I did the re-inspection and saw that it is in compliance. So it did run fines for that amount, and administrative costs for the record is $534.
Okay, please state your name for the record.
Amontica Brown.
Okay, all right, and why did it take so long to bring the property into compliance?
Since January, my mother's fallen 5 times.
Oh my.
And she didn't actually open up mail, and honestly, my concentration was trying to get her up and to take care of her because she's very stubborn. She wanted no one coming in. She wanted no help. I have a full-time job, so I had to take care of her, me and my daughter. So honestly, when she gave me the letter, that's when I started moving. And I started calling the code enforcer. I didn't know about vacant lot. I didn't know about registering. I didn't know anything, to be honest. I didn't know I needed a power of attorney until I got the last letter. And I started moving then. But by then, the violations were there. I'm in the last notice. I'm running behind a moving truck. Yeah. So I will tell you, whatever y'all can help me with, I will appreciate, and I will comply.
Okay, I'm gonna waive the fine, and I hope your mother does better.
She's stubborn. She's doing real good. She's talking mess, so she's doing really good.
Okay.
We'll get there someday.
Good.
Yes.
And thank you for helping your mom.
Thank you.
Thank you
Now,
very
registered,
much.
I will keep up on it.
Okay,
Thank you.
Bless y'all.
thank you.
Our next case is on page 13. Our next case is on page 13. Case number Inspector Marco Aguilera. Case number CE 22020103. Case address 1441 Cordova Road. Owner Cordova Hospitality LLC. Property posted 4/13/22. Posted at City Hall 4/14/22.
Good morning, Marco Aguilera, City of Fort Lauderdale Code Compliance Officer, presenting case CE 22020103 for property located at 1441 Cordova Road. A complaint was received on 2/3/22 and an inspection was conducted the following day. The parking facilities at the property were observed in a state of disrepair, having several large potholes and cracks. A re-inspection was conducted on 3/3/22 and the property remained in violation. A building permit was applied for, however, due to several weeks of inactivity on the permit, the case was referred to special magistrate. As of 4/20/22, the property remains in violation and the building permit still has not been obtained. At this time, the city is requesting 63 days to come into compliance or face a fine of $75 per day thereafter.
Please state your name for the record.
Daniela Leo?
Okay, can you bring the property into compliance within 63 days?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Next case is on page 21. Case number CE 22010528. Address 1019 Northwest 14th Court. Owner Lumi Estate LLC. Inspector Bovary Exantis. Property was posted on 4/8/2022, posted at City Hall 4/14/20.
Good morning again, Your Honor. Inspector Exantis on behalf of the City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement, case number CE 2201-0528. Property address 1019 Northwest 14th Court. Property was first inspected on January 21st, 2022, and the following violation were observed. Violation 18-11A. The pool at this property, at this occupied property, has not been maintained on a regular basis. In this condition, it is present a health and safety hazard for community, and it may become a breeding ground for mosquitoes, and it is a public nuisance. Violation 18-12A, there's trash, rubbish, and debris at the rear of this property. Violation 9-306, the exterior building walls have not been maintained. Structural parts, including walls, awnings, are in disrepair. There are areas of the exterior that have stained and missing peeling paints at the rear of the property. Violation 47-34, 1.8.1. There are illegal land use occurring at this property, including but not limited to hard car top cover, metal sheets, PVCs, pieces of woods. This is a non-permitted land use, and these are as 8 zoning residential property. A notice of hearing was posted on property on April 8th, 2022, and a pre-hearing inspection was conducted on April 21st, 2022, revealed as depicted in the photos. The city is requesting 35 days to correct all violation or a fine of $100 per violation each day thereafter.
Sir, please state your name for the record.
Tony Mertil.
Okay. Can you bring the property into compliance within 35 days?
No.
Okay.
Right now I have a situation of a hostile tenant. He's been in this property almost a year. So when I bought this property in December, he decided to call the city after not paying. So he called the city, and then I'm going through the whole eviction process, so I'm not permitted to be on the property with him actually there.
Have you started the eviction proceedings?
Yeah, I started it, so that might take 2 to 3 months, and then I need another 2 to 3 months to get it in compliance. So I need at least 180 days. But I just got this property in December.
Your Honor, the city will not oppose to 182 days. City will not oppose to that.
Okay. 182 days and $100 a day thereafter. Good luck in your eviction.
Thank you.
All righty.
For the 3 months. Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
Our next case is on page 31. Senior Inspector Leonard Champagne, case number CE 22030215, case address 800 Northeast 16th Terrace, numbers 1 and 2, owner Diego Urdanevia. This case was cited on 3/4/22 to comply by 3/19/22. One section complied at $400 per day, $1,200 accrued. The city is requesting full amount and no appeal was received for the citation.
Then Champagne for the city for case number CE 22030215, 800 Northeast 16th Terrace, Unit 1 and 2. Was cited on 3/4/2022 to comply by 3/19/2022. It was complied on 3/23/22. City is requesting full amount. No appeal was received.
Okay. Sir, please state your name for the record.
My name is Diego Urdanevia.
Okay. Did you file an appeal in this matter?
Your Honor, I did not because I was corresponding with the city and the vacation rental folks during the time that I received that
Well,
citation.
Yeah, like every other hearing that's come before me, if you don't file an appeal, then I have no authority but to impose the fine. You're welcome to take advantage of the Lien Reduction program, and perhaps we can, give you some assistance then. But for today, if no appeal was filed, I have to impose the fine.
Okay, let me just add one quick thing here.
Sure.
So in the instructions, when you receive these fines, there's really not detailed, there's no details, okay, sorry, there's no details into why you would have to file an appeal. I thought if I responded to the city indicating that, I've taken corrective action, that would suffice.
Sir, I believe the language on the citation is very clear, that you have to file the appeal within 15 days.
Your Honor, may I add something?
Sure.
This was a $400 a day fine rather than $200 a day fine, because this was a repeat violation. I think it was in a month of the other one.
Okay, all right. I'm imposing the fine of $1,200.
Okay, I just wanted to notice here that on the letter indicating that I have to come here to the special magistrate, it says that the only thing that will be discussed or can be discussed during this is whether my property came into compliance or did not come into compliance.
Okay, sir, I've been through the process over and over with you. This is a Massey hearing, which is a hearing to impose fine, and I have no discretion if you did not file an appeal to the citation, but to impose the fine. And I've done that.
Okay, I understand that.
All right, thank you.
Our next case is on page 39. Inspector Evan Oakes, Supervisor Villa presenting, case number CE 211-10282. Case address 1320, Northwest 7 Terrace. Owner Concepcion Cilian and Leon Noel. This case was first heard on 2/24/22. To comply by 3/24/22, one section not complied at $50 per day, $1,750 accrued. The city is requesting full amount fines continue to accrue.
Co-compliance supervisor Hula Davila presenting on behalf of co-compliance officer Evan Oakes for the city of Fort Lauderdale's Community Enhancement Division, presenting the aforementioned case and property. This case was first heard on February 24, 2022, and the magistrate ruled in favor of the city, and the property owner was ordered to correct the violations by March 24th. At this time, the violations are in compliance, and the city is requesting a full amount to be imposed.
They're all in compliance?
I'm sorry.
All the violations are in compliance?
I believe so. One second. I'm sorry. Could you please repeat the case number for me?
CE 211-10282.
I have the gravel
Yes.
driveway is still in non-compliance.
I have all violations are in compliance. Yes, per the latest update, the last inspection that was done by Mr. Oakes.
Okay, so case is complied, and the fine currently is $1,750, is that right?
Yes, ma'am. The administrative cost is $580.
Okay, sir, please state your name for the record.
Yeah, Your Honor, my name is Leonard Noel.
Okay, and why did it take so long to get the rest of the property into compliance?
Well, I don't take long. I just was there last time, and I see everything done. They said no, and you send me back, and I called. There's not the inspector, the other one. He told me I just threw the driveway with a gravel. That's it, and I did.
Okay. And how long did it take you to do that driveway? says here it was out of compliance for 35 days.
Oh, when I leave you here I start doing next week, and I call the inspector, I let him know I'm done with it.
Okay. All right, I'm gonna reduce to
And
city,
when I call again, he tell me he gonna start work Monday to Friday, so he gonna stop by, tell him, okay, thank you.
okay, I'm gonna reduce to city costs of $580.
And now, plus I get a ticket outside too.
I'm sorry about that, sir, that's not my jurisdiction.
So what I have to do with it now?
I don't know.
Or where? To pay it or?
There should be some instructions in the back.
There should be some instructions on the ticket. It's not my jurisdiction to deal with that.
So we don't have no parking to when someone come in to park?
Sir, I'm not the parking police. I
No,
can't
what I'm
help you.
saying for the place. When you call me to come here?
You
I
can,
have no special place for your car to park?
you can probably ask the security officer that's outside to see where individuals park or not, if you want some more guidance, but I would also recommend calling or contacting and following the instructions in the back of the citation.
But what I think for myself, if people have to come somewhere, you have to get a
Yeah,
parking.
we can't answer that for you here. You have to go.
Okay,
Magistrate, did you want to take a break before we start with the non-respondents?
okay, that's it for the respondents?
Yes, we have one person here because we have a special lien reduction today, and other than that, yeah, we're done with the respondents. We're in recess.
Okay, we ready?
So we are going to resume this morning's hearing. We're going to call the case on page 15 with Inspector Marco Aguilera, case number CE 22030113, case address 2900 West Broad Boulevard, owner 7 Avenue Properties LLC, property posted 4/20/22, posted at City Hall 4/14/22.
Good afternoon, Marco Aguilera, City of Fort Lauderdale Code Compliance Officer, presenting case CE 22030113 for property located at 2900 West Broward. An inspection was conducted on 3/2/22. Trash and litter was observed scattered throughout the property. It should be noted that this is a repeat violation of case CE 22020220. A nuisance abatement form was posted to the property on 3/2/22. However, due to no trespassing signs installed on the property, contractors were unable to abate the property. A reinspection was conducted on 3/12/22, and the property remained in violation. Trash and litter remained scattered on the property throughout the property. As of 4/20/22, the property remains in violation. At this time, the city is requesting 14 days to come into compliance or face a fine of $100 per day thereafter.
Okay, and there's no respondent?
Nope.
Okay, so ordered.
Thank you.
Our next case is on page 1. Inspector Wilson Quintero Jr., case number CE 22020436, case address 908 Northwest 13th Avenue, owner Miriam Shorter, property posted 4/7/22, posted at City Hall 4/14/22.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Inspector Wilson Quintero Jr., number 317, presenting on behalf of the city. Case number CE 22020436, address 908 Northwest 13th Ave. This case was originally cited by myself during routine inspections on February 11, 2022, and the following violations were found. 18-4C, which is complied. 9-304B, there are vehicles parked on the grass lawn area. 9-305B, the landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover. This property is a privately owned vacant lot and has not changed ownership per BCPA records since August 25, 2008. Due to this being a vacant lot, there was nobody present to speak with regarding the violation. Therefore, an inspection report was posted to the property and mailed out to the owner listed on record. Reinspection was conducted on February 25th, 22, and the violations remain. Therefore, the case was scheduled to go before the special magistrate. A total of 6 inspections have been conducted on this property, and on the pre-hearing inspection on 4/21/22, the violations still existed. During the course of the case, there has been no contact from any representative of this property. The city is requesting a finding of fact that the violations exist and 28 days to come into compliance, or a fine of $25 a day for each violation thereafter.
So ordered.
Thank you.
Our next case is on page 2. Inspector Evan Oakes, Supervisor Davila presenting case number CE 21090632, case address 813 Northwest 17th Street, owners Vina Wright and Dennis Bosma, and all others. Property posted 3/25/22, posted at City Hall 4/14/22.
Code Compliance Supervisor Julio Davila on behalf of Code Compliance Supervisor Julio Davila on behalf of Code Compliance Officer Evan Oakes for the City of Fort Lauderdale's Community Enhancement Division, presenting the aforementioned case and property. This case was initially inspected on September 24th, 2021 by Inspector Emmons, and the following violations were observed. 9-305B, the landscape at this property is not maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover. 9-304B, the driveway parking area is not well graded and maintained. There are pavers in the driveway that are cracked, broken, and or missing. The driveway area is not being maintained in a smooth and well-graded condition. 9-306, the exterior building walls have not been maintained. Structural parts, including fascia and soffits, are in disrepair. There are areas of the exterior that have stains and missing peeling paint. 24-27 subsection B complied. Additional inspections were conducted, including a pre-hearing inspection on Thursday, April 21st, 2022, and the following violations remain: 9-305B, 9-304B, and 9-306 as depicted in the photos. City is requesting 35 days to comply, or a fine of $25 per day per violation thereafter.
So ordered.
Our next case is on page 3, Senior Inspector Dorian Cologne, case number CE 211-00426, case address 3317 Northeast 15th Street, owner Tarn Tantiki, property posted 41322, posted at City Hall 41422.
Good afternoon, Senior Inspector Cloyan for the City of Fort Lauderdale. Case number CE 211-0426, case address 3317 Northeast 15th Street. This property was first inspected by Inspector Flores on October 13th, 2021, and the following violation was observed. 1811B, the swimming pool located at this unoccupied property has stagnant water, trash, and debris, and the building does not have the required utility services and safeguards have not been taken to prevent human beings or animals from falling into or having access to the pool per the ordinance. The pool in this condition presents a health and safety issue for the community in that it may become a breeding ground for mosquitoes and is a public nuisance. As of my last inspection on April 13th, 2022, the violation remains as depicted in the photos and presented for the record. The city is requesting 10 days to comply or a fine of $100 a day thereafter.
So ordered.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Our next case is on page 4, Inspector Karen Proto, case number CE 220200725, case address 1760 Northwest 25th Avenue, owner FYR SFR Borough LLC in care of Havenbrook Homes, property posted 4622, posted at City Hall 41422.
Well, good afternoon, Your Honor.
Good afternoon.
Inspector Proto for the City of Fort Lauderdale, case number CE 220200725, property address 1760 Northwest 25th Avenue. The property was inspected by Senior Officer Garcia on 2/19/22, and the following violations were observed. 47-34.1.8.1. There are illegal land use occurring on this RS8 zone property. There is illegal storage of derelict vehicles and trailers on the rear of the property. 9-304B, there are vehicles and trailers parked on the lawn area of the rear of the property. Additionally, the garage approach is not surfaced with a hard, dustless material and has not been maintained in a smooth, well-graded condition. 18-4C, there are derelict vehicles and trailers being stored at the rear of the property. An inspection report was issued on 2/19/22. I re-inspected the property on 4/6/22, and the violations remain. A notice of hearing was posted on 4/6/22. As of pre-hearing inspection on 4/27, the violations remain as depicted in the photos. The city is requesting 49 days or $50 a day thereafter for each violation.
So ordered.
Our next case is on page 5, Inspector Brian Lopez, Inspector Wilson Quintero Jr. presenting case number CE 211-00194, case address 412 Northwest 15th Avenue, owner Andres Chavarro, property posted 41422, posted at City Hall 41422.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Inspector Wilson Quintero Jr., number 317, presenting on behalf of previous Inspector Lopez. Case and address as read. This case was initially inspected by Inspector Lopez via complaint reference lawn overgrowth on October 8, 2021. Inspector Lopez at that time cited for violations via an inspection report, which he mailed out to the owner listed on BCPA records. On January 8, 2022, the inspection report was amended to include the following violations. 9-305B, the landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover, including the swale. 47-34.1.8.1, there is outside storage of materials such as rims, furniture, etc. Inspector Lopez made contact with the tenant of the property who did not want to be held accountable for the violations. He does not specify ever having contact with the property owner during the course of the case. No change of ownership per BCPA records since September 30th, 2014. A total of five inspections have been conducted on this property and the violations still exist. The city is requesting a finding of fact that the violations exist and 28 days to come into compliance, or a fine of $25 a day will begin to accrue for each violation.
So ordered.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Our next case on page 5, Inspector Wilson Quintero Jr. presenting case number CE 2202-0373, case address 1402 Northwest 2nd Street, owner Mo Homes LLC, property posted 41422, posted at City Hall 41422.
Inspector Wilson Quintero Jr., number 317, presenting on behalf of Inspector Lopez. Case number CE 22020373, address 1402 Northwest 2nd Street. This This case was initially inspected by Inspector Lopez via complaint on February 10th, 2022. Inspector Lopez at that time cited for violations found via an inspection report, which he mailed out to the owner listed on BCPA records. 9-305A, there is growth of a landscape material along with an accumulation of leaves encroaching upon the public right-of-way. 9-305B, the landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover. 18-12A, there is overgrowth, trash, rubbish, and debris on this property and/or its swale. This property is a vacant lot, and there has been no contact with any owner or representative during the course of the case. No change of ownership per BCPA records since 11/20/2006. Total of 2 inspections have been conducted on this property, and the violations still exist. The city is requesting a finding of fact that the violations exist in 28 days to come into compliance, or a fine of $50 a day will begin to accrue for each violation.
So ordered.
Thank you.
Our next case is on page 8, Inspector Darren Emmons, case number CE 22020189, case address 2101 Southwest 18th Avenue, owner Melody Roulette, property posted 4522, posted at City Hall 41422.
Did you advise 2105 Southwest 18th Ave?
2101?
Oh, 21. Here we go. Good afternoon, Inspector Emmons, City of Fort Lauderdale, for the case and address is read. This property was inspected by myself on February the 5th, 22, and the following violations were observed. 9-308B, which is now complied. 18-1, there's a violation at this property that is creating a public nuisance. It's being maintained in such a manner that its property is or may adversely affect and impair the economic welfare of the adjacent properties. There are items stored out in plain view on the property of this RD 17 zone property. There's a small grill, small refrigerator, and other items in the front yard of this property. 9-280H1, the wooden fence at this property is in disrepair and is not maintained as required. It's missing pieces. 9-304B, the gravel driveway has areas of grass growing up through it. 9-305A, there's growth of landscape material along with an accumulation of leaves encroaching upon the public right-of-way. And 18-12, there's overgrowth, trash, rubbish, and debris on this property and/or its swell, to include but not limited to dead vegetation, including palm fronds and leaves. The city is requesting the violations be brought into compliance within 21 days, or a fine of $25 per day per violation be imposed.
So ordered.
Thank you.
Our next case on page 8, Inspector Darren Emmons, case number CE 22020447, case address 1040 Southwest 30th Street, owner U.S. Bank Trust, NA Trustee, in care of Resicap, property posted 4522, posted at City Hall 41422.
Again, it's Inspector Emmons for the City of Fort Lauderdale for the case number and address as read. This property was inspected by myself on February the 11th, 22, and the following violations were observed. 47-34.1.A.1 is complied. 9-305B, the landscape of this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover. The city is requesting this violation be brought into compliance within 21 days, or a fine of $25 per day per violation be imposed.
So ordered.
Thank you.
Our next case is on page 9 with Inspector Darren Emmons, case number CE 22020136, case address 1475 Southwest 33rd Street, owner CSMA FT LLC, property posted 4522, posted at City Hall 41422.
Again, Inspector Emmons, City of Fort Lauderdale, for the case and the case number and address as read. This property was inspected by myself on February the 3rd of this year, and the following violations were observed. 9-280H1, the wooden fence at this property is in disrepair and is not being maintained as required. This fence is missing pieces and leaning in some areas. There's been no contact with the property owner on this property. The city is requesting this violation to be brought into compliance within 21 days or a fine of $25 per day be imposed.
So ordered.
Thank you.
Our next case is on page 10 with Inspector Dorian Emmons, case number CE 211-10541, case address 1105 Avocado Isle. Owners William and Gloria Mueller, Revocable Trust. Property posted 4522, posted at City Hall 41422.
Again, Inspector Emmons for the city of Fort Lauderdale for the case and address is read. This property was inspected by myself on 11/18 of 21, and the following violations were observed. 8-91E, there is a Viking 55 boat with an approximate 18-foot beam. Additionally, the property has a dock that measures approximately 6 feet in width. At this time, the vessel, including the mooring structure, are encroaching approximately 24 feet into the canal, which is more than 30% of the width of the canal or waterway measured from the recorded property line. The city is requesting that this boat be removed and violations be brought into compliance within 14 days or a fine of $25 per day per violation be imposed.
So ordered.
Thank you.
Our next case is on page 11. Inspector Gustavo Caracas, case number CE 220300067, case address 1117 Northeast 16 Terrace. Owner Michael Quijayas, property posted 4722, posted at City Hall 41422.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Inspector Caracas for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case number CE 22030067 for the property located at 1117 Northeast 16 Terrace. Inspection of the property was performed on March 2nd of this year and cited for the following violations. 9-305B, the landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover. There are areas that have weeds and other foliage not part of the landscaping garden area of the home property. 18-12A, there's overgrowth, trash, rubbish, and debris on the property on its swale. 9-306 is complied. 9-304B, the graveled or paved area of the driveway is not well graded and are dust-free. The gravel has worn down and needs to be replenished. 9-280H1, the fence of this property is in disrepair and is not being maintained as required. It has missing broken parts. A courtesy notice was sent. Notice was mailed to the property owner listed on BCPA via first-class mail on March 2nd, 2022, allowing 10 days to come into compliance. Contact has been recently made with the property owner, and we have spoken on how to come into compliance with the property. Special magistrate request form sent on March 15, 2022, and was scheduled for today's special master. Pre-hearing inspection was done on April 25th, and the pictures presented here were taken to confirm the violations have not been brought into compliance. Your Honor, the city is requesting the following: 63 days to come into compliance, or a daily fine of $50 for each of the violations that exist. Photos submitted into record for evidence, ma'am.
So ordered. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Our next case is on page 12. Inspector Gustavo Caracas, case number CE 220300076, case address 1132 Northeast 16 Terrace. Owner Eva Hebert, property posted 4722, posted at City Hall 41422.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Inspector Caracas for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case number CE 22030076 for the property located at 1132 Northeast 16 Terrace. Inspection on the property was performed on March 2nd, 2022, and cited for the following violation. 9-304B, the gravel or paved driveway is not well graded and are dust-free. The gravel is worn, has grass growing through it, and needs to be replenished. A courtesy notice was mailed to the property owner as listed on BCPA via first-class mail on March 2nd, 2022, allowing 10 days to come into compliance. Contact has not been made with anybody on the property. Special magistrate request form sent on March 15 and scheduled for today's special master. Pre-hearing inspection was done on April 25th, and the pictures presented here are taken to confirm the violations still exist. The city is requesting the following: 35 days to come into compliance, or a daily fine of $50 for the violation that exists. Photos submitted into record for evidence.
So ordered. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Our next case is on page 16. Inspector Boverick Xantis, case number CE-19121063, case address 1931 Northwest 12th Avenue, owner E&R Holding Group LLC, property posted 4/8/22, posted at City Hall 4/14/22.
Go ahead.
All right, good afternoon, Your Honor. Inspector Xantis on behalf of City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement, case number CE-19121063, property address 1931 Northwest 12th Ave. This property was first inspected on December 20th, 2019 by Senior Inspector Patrice Jolly, and the following violation were observed. Violation 9-305B. The landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover. Violation 9-306 is complied. Violation 18-4C is also in compliance. And violation 18-1 is also in compliance. And violation 47-34.1.A.1 is also in compliance. Violation 9-280H1 is in compliance. A notice of hearing was posted on property on April 8, 2022, and a pre-hearing inspection was conducted on April 21st, 2022, revealed as depicted in the photos. The city is requesting 28 days to comply or a fine of $25 per violation for each day thereafter.
So ordered.
Our next case is on page 19. Inspector Boverick Xantis, case number CE-211-10596, case address 900 Northwest 14th Court, owner Asher Revocable, property posted 4/7/22, posted at City Hall 4/14/22.
Good afternoon again, Your Honor. Inspector Xantis on behalf of the City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement, case number CE-2111-2110-0596, property address 900 Northwest and 14th Court. This property was first inspected on November 20th, 2021, and 30 days was given to correct all violation. Violation 18-12A is complied. Violation 9-306, the exterior building walls have not been maintained. Structural parts, included fascia boards, are in disrepair. There are areas of the exterior building that have stand and missing peeling paint. Violation 9-304B, the gravel driveway has grass and weeds going through it. And violation 9-305B, the landscape at this property is not being maintained in neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover on property as well. Violation 9-280H1 is complied. A notice of hearing was posted on property on April 7th, 2022, and a pre-hearing inspection was conducted on April 20th, 2022, revealed as depicted in the photos. The city is requesting 35 days to correct all violation or a fine of $100 per violation for each day thereafter.
So ordered.
Our next case is on page 23. Inspector Boverick Xantis, case number CE-2202019, case address 1300 Northwest 15th Court, owner SOL Florida LLC, Joe Homebuyer South Florida LLC, property posted 4/8/22, posted at City Hall 4/14/22.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Inspector Xantis again on behalf of the City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement, case number CE-2202-0719, property address 1300 Northwest 15th Court. This property was first inspected on February 18, 2022, and the following violation were observed. Violation 9-305B, the landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover, including swale area. Violation 9-306 is complied. Violation 9-280B is complied. Violation 9-313.A, the house address numbers are not displayed or visible from streets. Violation 18-12A, there's overgrowth, trash, rubbish, and debris on this property and as well. A notice of hearing was posted on property on April 8th, 2022, and a pre-hearing inspection was conducted on April 21st, 2022, revealed as depicted on the photos. The city is requesting 35 days to correct all violation or a fine of $50 per violation for each day thereafter.
Did you say 21 days?
35 days, 3-5.
35 days, okay. Okay,
Yeah, 35 days to correct all violations.
so ordered.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Our next case is on page 24. Inspector Bover examines case number CE 22020917. Case address 1614 Northwest 11th Terrace. Owner Karen Cook and Sharon Cook. Property posted 4722, post at City Hall 41422.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Inspector Exentis on behalf of City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement, case number CE 22020917, property address 1614 Northwest 11th Terrace. This property was first inspected on February 24th, 2022, and 30 days was given to correct all violations. Violation 24-27B, there are waste containers left outside, left overnight after collection days and not pulled back to an approved location. Violation 18-7, the property is boarded up with first without obtaining a board up certificate. Violation 18-12A, there's overgrowth, trash, rubbish, and debris on this property and as well. Violation 9-305B, landscape at this property is not being maintained in the neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground covered. Violation 9-304B, the asphalt driveway has cracks and the blacktop is faded and the gravel driveway is worn through and grass and weeds are growing through it. Violation 9-280H1, the fence at this property is in disrepair and is not being maintained as required. Part of the chain link fence in the front has fallen and the wooden fence is missing section and panels. Violation 9-306, the exterior building walls have not been maintained. Structural parts, including fascia boards, soffits, and walls are rotten. There are areas of the exteriors that have stained and missing peeling paints. Violation 9-280B, there are building parts which are deteriorated and not maintained, including but not limited to exterior walls and windows. Violation a notice of hearing was posted on property on April 7th, 2022, and a pre-hearing inspection was conducted on April 20th, 2022, revealed as depicted in the photos. The city is requesting 35 days to correct all violation or a fine of $25 per violation for each day thereafter.
So ordered.
Our next case is on page 25. Inspector Bover examines case number CE 1907051. Case address 1137 Northwest 16th Court. Owner Jason Graff, Richard Graff. Property posted 4822, posted at City Hall 41422.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Inspector Exentis on behalf of the City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement, case number CE 19070581, property address 1127 Northwest 16th Court. This property was first inspected in July 9th, 2019 by Senior Inspector Patrice Jolly, and the following violations were observed. Violation 18-12A is complied. Violation 18-4C is complied. Violation 18-1 is complied. Violation 9-2H, violation 9-280H1, the fence at this property is in disrepair and not being maintained as required. Violation 9-280B, there are building parts which are deteriorated and not being maintained as required. The fascia boards are rotten and covered with peelings, and chipping paints. Violation 9-304B, the parking facilities of this property are not being maintained in a good condition. The asphalt driveways is cracked, and there are areas that are missing of the asphalt. Violation 9-306, the exterior building walls have not been maintained. Structural parts, including fascia boards, are in disrepair. There are areas of the exterior that have stained and missing peeling paints. A notice of hearing was posted on property on April 8th, 2022, and a pre-hearing inspection was conducted on April 21st, 2022, revealed as depicted in the photos. The city is requesting 35 days to correct all violation or a fine of $25 per violation for each day thereafter.
So ordered.
Our next case is on page 29. Case number CE 22020379, case address 4040 Gulf Ocean Drive, number 335. Owner Catherine Gaziuk. This case was cited on 2/25/22 to comply by 3/12/22. One section complied at $200 per day, $4,400 accrued. The city is requesting full amount, and no appeal was received for the citation.
So ordered.
Our next case on page 30, case number CE 22020940, case address 2424 Northeast 9th Street, number 305. Owner Addie Patricia Coate. This case was cited on 3/3/22 to comply by 3/18/22. One section complied at $200 per day, $5,000 accrued. The city is requesting full amount, and no appeal was received for this citation.
So ordered.
Our next case is on page 31, case number CE 22020247, case address 1441 Northwest 6th Avenue, owner Christine Nemeth. This case was cited on 2/17/22 to comply by 3/4/22. One section complied at $200 per day, $9,000 accrued. The city is requesting full amount, and no appeal was received for this citation.
So ordered.
Our next case on page 32, case number CE 22020266, case address 1702 Northeast 9th Street, owner VP Northeast 17th Avenue LLC. This case was cited on 2/12/22 to comply by 2/27/22. One section not complied at $200 per day. $12,000 is accrued. The city is requesting full amount, and fines continue to accrue. No appeal was received for this citation.
So ordered.
Case number CE 22020273, case address 1725 Northeast 16th Avenue. Owner Robert Becker. This case was cited on 2/12/22 to comply by 2/27/22. One section complied at $200 per day, $7,600 accrued. The city is requesting full amount, and no appeal was received for this citation.
So ordered.
Our next case on page 33, case number CE 22030172, case address 10 Northeast 11th Avenue. Owner Kirk McDonald. This case was cited on 3/4/22 to comply by 3/19/22. One section not complied at $200 per day, $8,000 accrued. The city is requesting full amount, and fines continue to accrue. No appeal was received for the citation.
So ordered.
Case number CE 22020032, case address 1209 Guava Isle. Owner Nicholas Rendinell. This case was cited on 2/11/22 to comply by 2/26/22. One section complied at $200 per day, $4,000 accrued. The city is requesting full amount, and no appeal was received for this citation.
So ordered.
On page 34, case number CE 22020241, case address 1328 Cordova Road. Owner REG Vincenzo Family LP. This case was cited on 2/18/22 to comply by 3/5/22. One section complied at $200 per day, $7,800 accrued. The city is requesting full amount, and no appeal was received for this citation.
So ordered.
Case number CE 22020257, case address 1537 Southeast 13th Street. Owner Summit Homes FL LLC. This case was cited on 2/11/22 to comply by 2/26/22. One section not complied at $200 per day, $12,200 accrued. The city is requesting full amount, and fines continue to accrue, and no appeal was received for this citation.
So ordered.
Case number CE 22020790, case address 1505 Southwest 14th Court. Owner Donna Lambert. This case was cited on 2/25/22 to comply by 3/12/22. One section complied at $200 per day, $5,800 accrued. The city is requesting full amount, and no appeal was received for this citation.
So ordered.
Case number CE 22020478, case address 401 Northeast 8th Street. owner 401 Northeast 8th Street LLC. This case was cited on 21322 to comply by 21322. One section complied at $2,500. $2,500 accrued. The city is requesting full amount and no appeal was received for this citation.
So ordered.
Case number CE 22030408, case address 2517 Cat K Lane, owner SRP Sub LLC. This case was cited on 3/11/22 to comply by 3/12/22. One section complied at $150 per day. $6,000 accrued. The city is requesting full amount and no appeal was received for this citation.
So ordered.
Case number CE 22030550, case address 2517 Cat K Lane, owner SRP Sub LLC. This case was cited on 3/11/22 to comply by 3/12/22. One section complied at $250 per day, $9,750 accrued. The city is requesting full amount and no appeal was received for this citation.
So ordered.
Our next case is on page 36, case number CE 210700202, case address 2985 Northwest 68th Street, owner Anthony Izzo. This case was first heard on 1/11/22 to comply by 2/1/22, suspended 3/8/22 to 3/22/22. One section complied at $50 per day, $1,850 accrued. This is requesting $709.
So ordered.
Our next case is on page 37. Case number CE 211-00302, case address 1330 Northwest 13th Avenue, owner Gene Joseph. This case was first heard on 1/27/22 to comply by 3/17/22. One section complied at $25 per day. One section not complied at $25 per day. A total of $1,550 is accrued. The city is requesting full amount be imposed and fines continue to accrue on the non-compliant violations.
So ordered.
Our next case is on page 38. Case number CE 2106037Z3037, case address 3317 Northeast 15th Street, owner Tarn Titinki. This case was first heard on 1/27/22 to comply by 2/24/22. Two sections not complied at $50 per day, $6,300 is accrued. The city is requesting full amount and fines continue to accrue.
So ordered.
Our next case is on page 39, case number CE 210800811, case address 1729 Northwest 6th Avenue. Owner FYR SFR Borrow LLC in care of Havenbrook Homes. This case was first heard on 2/24/22 to comply by 3/24/22. Two sections not complied at $50 per day, $3,500 accrued. The city is requesting full amount and fines continue to accrue.
So ordered.
Our next case is on page 41. Case number CE 211-00844, case address 1341 Northwest 2nd Avenue. Owners Oriole and Merlandi Emanuel. This case was first heard on 1/27/22 to comply by 3/3/22. Two sections complied at $50 per day, $2,400 accrued. The city is requesting full amount.
So ordered.
Our next case is on page 43. Case number CE 211-00401, case address 1435 Northwest 6th Street. Owner Miguel Pilgrim. This case was first heard on 3/8/22 to comply by 3/22/22. Three sections not complied at $50 per day, $5,550 accrued. The city is requesting full amount and fines continue to accrue.
So ordered.
Our next case is on page 44, case number CE 22010338, case address 2650 Northwest 21st Street. Owner Margaret Walker McCutcheon. This case was first heard on 3/8/22 to comply by 3/22/22. One section not complied at $25 per day. $925 accrued. This is requesting full amount and fines continue to accrue.
So ordered.
Our next case is on page 46. Case number CE 2108074, case address 2871 Northwest 18th Court. Owners Aridi Trust, Batuta LLC trustee. This case was first heard on 11/9/21 to comply by 12/1/21. Suspended 2/24/22 to 3/24/22. One section not complied at $50 per day. $5,000 accrued. The city is requesting full amount and fines continue to accrue.
So ordered.
Our next case on page 47, case number CE 211-00622. Case address 417 Southwest 25th Terrace. Owner Indus LLC. This case was first heard on 1/27/22 to comply by 3/3/22. Two sections not complied at $50 per day, $5,600 accrued. Three sections complied at $50 per day, $5,550 accrued. $11,150 has accrued. The city is requesting full amount fines continue to accrue for the non-compliant violations.
So ordered.
Our next case is on page 48, case number CE 190905551. Case address 441 Northwest 9th Avenue, owner Nord Development Group LLC. This case was first heard on 2/24/22 to comply by 3/17/22. One sucker shall not comply to $50 per day. $2,100 accrued. The city is requesting full amount fines continue to accrue.
So ordered.
On page 53, case number CE 22010828 has been rescheduled. The city is requesting to enter pages 55 and 56 into today's hearing as an exhibit. It is the city's list of complied, closed, withdrawn, and rescheduled cases.
So ordered.
This concludes the special magistrate agenda for April 28th, 2022. And we will begin our lien reduction hearing in two minutes.
Good afternoon. Yep. Sure, I'll be around. No problem. Okay, I'll get them. Thanks.
Agenda for April 20th, 2022. If you wish to speak at today's proceeding, please stand and raise your right hand. Please stand and raise your right, Lenny. Please stand and raise your right hand. Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's proceedings? Thank you. You can come to the podium. We're here for case number CE 21040710, case address 4040 Galt Ocean Drive, number 323, owner Katerina Podolian. This case has a total lien value of $62,000 and city direct cost of $683.48, and the city is requesting $21,700. No appeal was received for the citation during the process.
Okay, all right. Please state your name for the record.
Hello, Katerina Podolian.
Okay. Can you tell me why this property was out of compliance for 310 days?
Unfortunately, I didn't know about this violation. So when I just received the first notice, the same day I went to the city, take everything I supposed to do. Same day I immediately start to do DBPR license. Can I hand over to you the information?
Yeah, if you put it in your application, I've read it. I read your application, but I'll see whatever you need me to say.
Yeah, like pay tax, send the information on the email. That's what I said. I can do that by the email.
Yes,
It wasn't sent first. There is also information. It wasn't sent. I call a couple of times to the city to find out if they receive. They say no, so they recommend me to send 2 files per email. So I did everything, and I received the mail that they received it. So I thought I'm done. Unfortunately, I didn't know that it's not done. Unfortunately, I didn't have any notices, and I wasn't invited for magistrate earlier, so I knew that it's not done. And before New Year, I renewed the DBPR license. Did same thing what I do.
Okay. My review of the file shows that you got the citation and you right away filed the application, but you filed an outdated application, and someone from the city, Mr. Colon, sent you that same day instructions telling you that you filed the wrong application, and here are the instructions to file the correct application, and that you did not do that for almost a year.
Yes, correct. So I didn't see that email because I received first email, so I didn't pay attention for the second email. They received it. So I thought they received it, and if they need something, they will let me know. And later, I didn't receive anything. Mail, email, nothing. Like for almost a year, I don't have any information. So I thought just I'm done. Unfortunately, I didn't know. So there was no reason for me, if I did half of way, if I knew about it, of course, I would do the other way. So, and when I received this
Why
year...
did you respond to Mr. Colon's email? I have information in the file that you had 60,000 unread emails. If you're filing an application via email, you would expect that you would monitor the responses, you would monitor your email to see if there's anything in there.
Yeah, I mean, later, it was same day in 30 minutes. And later, I don't have any emails.
Okay, yes, but you didn't respond to the one email you got by filing the correct application.
Unfortunately, that was confusing. So when I received this year notification when I was invited to the magistrate, I did immediately everything for 1 day, so.
Don't you have 2 other vacation properties in this same building?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, so you know that there's a process by which the city certifies these properties as vacation rentals.
It is a process right now, so I just changed the DBPR license, and I'm in process to pay the taxes for the Broward County just to make sure everything is correct. And I'm preparing.
My point is, you're familiar with the process. You have 2 other properties. So I don't understand why you did not complete the application in a timely fashion and did not follow up on the application that you did send in.
Yeah, so one property I'm using for my family. I live there. Another property was just bought. So it just not ready, so it should be ready soon.
But I'm talking about this property. You got an email that said you submitted the wrong application, you never responded to it, and an application is just that, it's an application. Even if you submitted the correct application and didn't get anything back, it's your responsibility to follow up on that.
Yeah, I understand. I'm very sorry, like I didn't double check it, so.
And you continued to rent the property for all of these days.
At that time, there was leave my family from the Ukraine. So, and later when I understand I didn't get anything extra I have to do, so I understand I can rent it out. And this property in a condo hotel, so it was rented by the hotel. Then it was a COVID time, and I just rented by myself because it was very bad time. I'm very sorry about the situation, but I don't know what to say. This was my mistake. I didn't double check. I just didn't expect I have to do something else.
Is what you're saying you expected when you put the application in, that was it?
Yes.
Did you get your other properties certified before this?
No, I didn't.
Okay.
Mr. Champagne, he explained me all the process. I very appreciate him. So now I know exactly how it's supposed to be.
Okay, and how much did you make on the property during that time that it was out of compliance for 310 days?
So, you want to count?
Yeah, just give me an estimate.
It was, I would say it's about 150 per day. If it's not rented, I'm just doing 99 per night. And because for me it's very important just to get something, because I have to pay HOA in taxes.
So do you have an approximate figure of what you made on the property during that time?
I'm sorry, how many days?
It was 310 days.
If it's without of HOA, taxes, internet, everything, it's not deducted. It shows me like 40,000.
You made 40,000 on the property last year?
Yeah, but it's not for that time, you say, for this amount of days. But I didn't deduct the HOA. It's 470 each month.
So the property was rented the entire time?
Not entire time. At the beginning, there was my family from Ukraine. It was like a little more than a month.
Okay, I think your math is.
I took 130 per day because average, like I say, sometimes it's just $99 per night, and sometimes it's not rented, so I count all the days.
Okay, so you're just counting all the days if you had rented it?
Yes. What do
Okay,
you say?
all right. That's not what I was asking. I was trying to get an idea of how much money you made on the property while you were out of compliance.
I have to deduct, I have to count the amount of the months and
Okay.
multiple to the.
What did you make on this property in 2021? Give me an idea, ballpark. After your expenses, et cetera, what's your profit there?
Let's say like 100 per day, like $90 per day. I don't know.
Your Honor,
Yeah,
if I may be of assistance.
sure.
So the vendor that the city uses, which is called Hamari, they do an estimation based upon the days rented out according to the calendar. And according to their research, it was $30,360.
Okay. You know, I appreciate the fact that you maybe didn't understand the process, but you could have very easily taken care of this by just taking the advertisement down and not renting it until you complied and got your certificate. And, you know, this is a lot of money for anyone. I'm sure it is for you too. But by this,
especially my daughter finished school this year, so.
yeah. But this is what happens when you're not paying attention to your investment here, okay? All right, I'm gonna reduce the fine to $6,500 with 90 days to pay.
Thank you so much.
Okay.
Thank you. I appreciate your time. Thank you so much.
This concludes the special magistrate lien reduction hearing for